University Technology Mara UiTM. I am Shazwan, your MC for today's event. We appreciate you taking time off your busy schedules to join us today. We hope you will learn a lot throughout the sessions. This event will give you some insight on what is to be expected of our Golden Jubilee in 2022. The program is poised to provide the audience an insight of the rapid development of the industry as well as the relevance of the communication industry and media studies in the wave of industrial revolution in Malaysia. Before we begin, let us review some housekeeping matters of the YouTube session to avoid any disruption during the forum. Throughout the session, one of our staff will be managing the chat functionality. Therefore, you may enter your questions and comments in the chat box throughout the presentation. However, please be reminded that we will most likely address the questions near the end of our session. We would like to start this program with the national anthem together with Wawasan Setia Warga UiTM. Please all rise, respected professors and my dear colleagues. May I invite everyone to invoke the Almighty. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite one of our committee members, Muhammad Daifan, to recite the prayer. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammad Ashrafil Anbiya wal Mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma antas salam wa minkas salam wa ilayka ya'udus salam. Fahayyina Rabbana bis salam. Ya salam sallimna ajma'in wa ja'alna min ibadikas salihin. In the name of Allah, the beneficent, the merciful, praise be to Allah, Lord of the worlds. Let your blessing and your peace be on your servant and your messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and on his family and his companions. Ya Allah, Ya Rahim, on this glorious day, in conjunction with the opening ceremony of Kickstart 50 years of UiTM Masscomm Forum, Waves of Industrial Revolution, we uphold our hands to pray gratefully, to thank on our infinite favor to us till we can live in peace and harmony to perform our tasks as your servants. Ya Allah, we ask your blessing to make this occasion in success. Allahumma ya hayyu ya qayyum ya zal jalali wal ikram. You are the mercy of the mercies, and you are the Lord of the universe. Give a mercy from your presence, and shape for us right conduct in our plight. We ask you for knowledge which is beneficial, and sustenance which is good, and deeds which are acceptable. Ya Allah, help us to remember you, to thank you, and to worship you in the best of manners. Forgive us, have mercy upon us, guide us, give us help, and grant us substance. We seek your guidance to steer clear of events that will detrimental the progress of this event. Please guide UiTM to greatness, peace, glory, and prosperity in this world and the hereafter. Allahumma ja'alna jama'an hadha jam'an marhuma wa tafarraqna min ba'dihi tafarraqan ma'suma wa la taj'alhuma fina wa la ma'ana wa la man yatba'una shakiyan wa la matrudan wa la mahruma. Allahumma ja'al khaira a'marina akhirahu wa khairu a'malina khawaimahu wa khairu imanina yawmal faqlaka fi. Allahumma ighfir lana dhunubana wal ikhwana allazina sabaquna bil iman wa la taj'al fi qulubina ghillan lil ladzina amanu rabbana innaka ra'ufur rahim. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Thank you, Daifan, for the praise. Though we may not be able to physically visit our magnificent faculty, we have a montage prepared so our audience can virtually walk through the hallowed halls of the building. Please enjoy.
Jom kita naik yang kedua.
I hope you enjoyed our montage just now as you saw a lot of things about the faculty. To begin this program, we are pleased to have Professor Madya Dr. Masila Hamzah as the Dean of Faculty of Communication and Media Studies, University Technology Mara, to deliver the opening remarks. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and salam UiTM di hatiku. Alhamdulillah, let us extend our sincere gratitude to Allah for giving us the opportunity to be here today to kickstart 50 years of UiTM Masscomm, Waves of Industrial Revolution. On behalf of the Faculty of Communication and Media Studies, I would like to thank each and every one of you, from the alumni, various partner universities to organizations, for joining our two insightful sessions today. I bid very warm welcome to all, especially our moderators, speakers, lecturers, and participants who have taken the time and effort to join us today to be part of this forum. We are honored to have you all with us. I would like to congratulate the students of the Masters of Mass Communication and Masters of Journalism in making this forum a success. I would like to personally welcome our speakers, or better yet, welcoming home our wonderful Masscommites, Puan Anida Muhammad Tahrim, Puan Nur Aniza Azmi, Puan Husna Adnan, Encik Syukri Rifai, Encik Surya Dipura Saleh, Puan Nur Dayana Syafiqah Muhammad Nazlan, Puan Fatima Azhani Idris, Puan Ku Alia Kushairi, Encik Saiful Adli, and Encik Muhammad Nazrul Faiz Abu Azal. Ladies and gentlemen, it brings me tremendous pleasure to be here with renowned academicians, alumni, and students from different professional backgrounds. As a matter of fact, this event features 10 of our very own UiTM Masscomm alumni who are esteemed experts across the broad spectrum of the media and communication fields and professions ranging from broadcasting, journalism, publishing, advertising, communication management and policy, interpersonal communication, instructional communication and training, and new media communication. This event brings together experienced industry players as well as aspiring leaders in the field of media and communication to share their perspectives and insights today. Today's theme, the media and communication industry within the waves of Industrial Revolution IR, marks the importance of the media industry in human technology relations. Looking closely at this development, we are at the age of a technological revolution that will primarily change the way we live, work, and interact with other humans. In fact, the media and communication industry is experiencing changes from the normal interaction between individuals to the way organizations function and communicate. Hence, we need to understand the position and the knowledge of the technology within the industry to redefine the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution IR is defined by the merger of technologies in many physical, digital, and biological realms, as well as a significant technical breakthrough. Fintech, Internet of Things, Big Data, Artificial Intelligence, blockchain, and cloud computing are just a few of the new innovations that are already benefiting the e-commerce, finance, education, and healthcare sectors. To restate, the use of digital and internet technology has the potential to assist developing economies in catching up with developed ones. But in order to realize this ambition, the media and communications industry must overcome some significant obstacles. Notably, many industries in countries all around the world, including Malaysia, are not fully prepared to utilize digital technology for growth. As such, through this event, it is hoped that you would be able to understand the present communication and media industry in the country, as well as how it exists within the waves of the Industrial Revolution. This event will also provide insights into how industry players remain relevant during the COVID-19 pandemic while also catching up with the Industrial Revolution. Indeed, you would be able to receive first-hand experience and new knowledge from the industry players who have been invited as our distinguished speakers. With the presence of prominent experts, we certainly look forward to the insightful sharing sessions regarding the wave of industrial revolution, inclusive of interactive ideas, stories, and a glimpse into what lies ahead for you, especially during this current pandemic. Furthermore, in conjunction with 50 years of UiTM Masscomm, it is hoped that this event will strengthen UiTM position to be a globally renowned university by the year 2025 as a leading educational institution in the field of communication and media, while producing future graduates who will become industry players. Dear participants, before I conclude, I am very happy to acknowledge the lead taken by the Faculty of Communication and Media Studies in organizing this event. The theme chosen marks an important era in recognizing the industry's standing in the wave of industrial revolution and what we can do as industry players and fellow academics to continuously remain relevant and coexist with the advancement of technology. In the very end, I am sure that this event will pave the way to many more opportunities for the industry in the future, while also highlighting our alumni's success thus far. Above all, every personal success of our community members is a success of UiTM as well. With that, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officiate the Kickstart 50 years of UiTM Masscomm Waves of Industrial Revolution. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for those wonderful remarks. Now, for the moment we've all been waiting for, I would like to pass this session to Zaro Natasha Zamruri as the first moderator for this forum today. The virtual floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Hello, everyone. I am Zaro Natasha, your moderator of today, and welcome to our first session, which is the surviving in the waves of industrial revolution. And during this session, we are going to talk about how changes in industry have actually give big impact in industry. And we're also going to discuss how actually all the industry needs to deal with these changes in order to meet the future of industry revolutions. It is a great pleasure for me to introduce our panels today. And first of all, I would like to welcome our panelists, our first panelist, Puan Nur Aniza Azmi, the head of Malay Network at Rev Media Group Media Prima. And next, our second panelist, Puan Anida Tahrin, Chief Marketing Officer, Media Prima Audio. Our third panelist, Encik Shukri Rifai, co-founder and CEO of Rifai Chua Seti Sdn Berhad, co-founder of Reka Negara, and adjunct professor Taylor's University, Malaysia. Our fourth panelist here, Encik Surya Diputra Saleh, Naga DDP Tribal. Lastly, Puan Husna Adnan, our editor and writer at Squad Buku. And it has been such an honor, and thank you so much for making time for us today. Okay, all right. So before we started our session today, as we all know that the global pandemic has resulted in the changes to advertising, marketing, forcing businesses and brands to reevaluate their thinking about current and future advertising marketing campaigns. And while these brands currently actually seek to strive in the right tone, and the youngsters out there wanted to survive in industries during this global health emergency, the future portends market alterations, increased competitions and the demand for creative and marketing practices. We would such be an honor for every panelist to give such an output. So without further ado, let's get the show on the road. Perhaps we can start with Encik Shukri. So as we all know that Encik Shukri, with your 35 years of experience in the Malaysia branding and advertising industry, can you share with us how actually you witnessed the industry significantly evolve?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I suppose I'm the oldest, so I have to start. Basically, okay, what I would like to go through is basically in terms of in reference to your title of surviving the waves of industrial revolution. It sounds scary because we need to survive, but through the years, fortunately for me to be able to start in the early years where job was easy and things were much simpler. But the point is not knowing the future. The scare is still the same. That's one word. Okay, I would like to share a slide which I prepared to put the premise in terms of where we're coming from. Can we share the slide that I have? There's only one slide there. I started off in the early 80s. A lot of you have not been born yet. Okay, graduated from mass communication advertising in 1983. Finished my final exam on Friday, started job on Monday. Okay, and never stopped until the year 2009. I left the industry and set up my own brand marketing agency, brand marketing consultancy and marketing consultancy agency as a business advisor for the past 11 years, basically. And therefore, I've covered almost 4 decades within this industry, basically. Okay, if you can share the slide, I can start. Okay, I mean, wow, why is it? Okay, the next one. Forget about this. Next one. Why is it overlapping? Can't really see, is it? Can anybody see it very clearly? Because it's overlap. There's a shadow.
Yeah, from my side as well. It's overlapping.
How come?
Maybe our
Okay, it
technical
doesn't
team
matter.
can niche.
Yeah, I mean, is that something can do? Do you all receive the PDF this way, or when you start streaming, it becomes this way? It's okay. It's all right. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Well, okay. The premise, what I want to say is basically, I place this the top three colors: the blue, the green, and the purple, and the brown. Basically, in terms of the era that I've gone through. Okay, I map it against an industrial revolution era, which was I just pick up from Google. But this one is based on from the Fifth Element Group, PBG, which is very simple, straightforward, because they're all saying the same thing in a different way, basically. So when you look at that within the 80s, the 90s, and the centuries, I put it in the 80s, everything was manual. Okay, I call it the cow gum era. I don't know whether Mr. Surya, no, not because everything was physical. FA was physical, visual was physical. Artist needs to draw. There's no computers, basically. And then when you map against the industrial revolution, the third industrial revolution is about digital revolution featuring personal computers and internet. That was in the 80s. However, in the 80s, we were 10 years behind. We started that third industrial revolution only comes in the 90s, as far as Malaysia is concerned, basically. So that is when computerization, that is when I started using computer. Before that, it was a typewriter. Okay. So this is a very old man kind of story, but I have to listen because the point is, it's not so much of the technology, it's not so much of that, it's how you move forward. Because when we talk about advertising industry, we will talk about consumer, we talk about consumer behavior, we talk about the strategy in terms of how we reach the consumer. It was much simpler way, it was much straightforward then, because advertising was just, you have in the 90s, that were when the economy of Malaysia was shooting like crazy in terms of what exponential growth in every industry for that matter. So that was the time when the industry was growing like crazy for Malaysia. So a lot of clients got millions of dollars. Basically, I had the opportunity to be able to be working in all multinationals throughout my career for the exactly 28 years. Okay, and had opportunity to work on global brands like Coca-Cola for 10 years, Levi's for 18 years, Citibank, Nestle, and all those brands. These people have a proper strategy in terms of coping with times, in terms of reaching with the consumers. That is the point that I'm trying to make here, because I am still very active right now in terms how do I survive. In terms, this is how we cope with the current situation. That's very much very clearly if everybody can see basically. So what has changed? The 21st century, we're actually covering 2 decades. That's where your era are. Okay, in the year 2000, I moved into another agency, and my last two careers was managing two multinational CEO of Bates Malaysia and Publicis Malaysia respectively. I left in 2009. I left is because the landscape has changed, because I was tired, I couldn't cope. But my focus is in terms of the strategic part, the thinking bit, which wasn't much developed within the industry. What we did was we just, okay, advertising, even though advertising is just one small bit of marketing, it's just about communication. How you communicate what your brand stands for, how you build an identity. So it involves creativity. So through the years, creativity in the 80s is about gut feel. I think this is great. Client and agency agree. We just produce a commercial, we just produce an ad and run. When computerization comes, we do research, we do everything. Everything is research based. That followed in the 21st century. And then what changes in the 21st century was the huge change in the landscape. Everything has gone digital. It screwed up everything which we have set up very much earlier, and the likes of social media somehow has affected very much. I know our friends in the media industry, and through this fourth industrial and the fifth industrial revolution have put a lot of companies inside the sunset industry. Those people are struggling to survive, and the pandemic doesn't help. It makes things worse, basically. So the point is, if we understand so much about the consumer behavior in terms of the buying patterns, as long as the consumerism, as long as we need food, we need clothing, we need shelter, we need transport, products can survive. As long as products survive based on the business, which is the strength of their brand. For as long as that is still there, then advertising can survive. Through the last 2 decades, we are struggling to cope with the changes. Okay, the world has talking about fifth industrial revolution. As a country, as an everyday life, we haven't even touched fourth industrial revolution. We only talk about AI, big data, robotics, algorithms, those things. Yeah, but if you look at that in terms of algorithms and the big data and the machine learning, that is the tools that we can use to be able to learn how our consumer behave in order for us to target. Once we know how to target them, then only we select what medium to use, what channel to use. Now everybody owns a device. That device is a medium. It is replacing video, it is replacing radio, it is replacing TV, it is replacing billboards, everything else, and everybody has become an expert. Okay, everybody is a photographer now. Everybody is an ustaz. Everybody is a doctor. So the credibility is not much of really there. So that somehow pushed advertising into a corner, because everybody is an expert. So how do we address these issues? Because at the end of the day, you and me, we may be people in industry, we are still consumer. We wake up in the morning, we check our phone first. We go to the toilet, we pick up a toothbrush, and then our toothpaste, and then our shampoo, and then our soap. They're all branded. That's the role of us, because every day we interact with brands. For as long as that interaction is alive, the industry can go on. But the point in terms of how we interact with the consumers, disseminating our information about the brand, whatever, that changes. That landscape has changed. But as a human being, we progress according to technology. in the new landscape. In the 90s, I have millions of dollars. Coca-Cola spent tens of millions of dollars with us. We did TV commercials. We do billboards. That's it. It's very easy, simple. It may sound that easy, but at that point of time, it's not. Now, it's not that way anymore because everybody has access to everything. But the premise of approach strategy doesn't change. Time has changed. How do we adapt the times? How do we adapt the technology in terms of processing this information, in terms of delivering this information, in terms of interact with our consumers? As long as we can let that keep that alive, that industry can stay alive. Then only we talk how creative we're going to approach. Then only we talk about how everything else. The strategy bit, okay? And when we talk about students, because I give a lot of talk for students and SMEs everywhere, the thinking bit has to be focused for our students to be able to understand the process. It's not the execution. Execution doesn't matter. That's at the end. Once we have an idea, because every brand has got a big idea. You know, I call it a central idea, a brand central idea. For example, like Apple. Apple central idea is simplicity. Everything you have to do with Apple is simple. Even the communication is simple. Even the billboard is simple. Shot by iPhone 13 and the photograph of a beautiful cat or beautiful scenery, that kind of thing. Which phone cannot do that? But because it stands for simplicity, it claims the same thing as any other phone they can do. But that he owns that simplicity, even in the product. In the 90s, I was working in the mid 2004, 2005. I was my team was handling Nokia, the number one handphone in the world. It got killed by Apple because Nokia is about connecting people. And then when the smartphone came, they can't compete. That's when the growth of Apple. Because at that point of time, Steve Jobs said, if you cannot produce something simple for a consumer to operate, then throw it out. Don't produce it. And then before that, like listening to music or whatever, iPhone was the first one to come with one button. Before that, I don't know whether you can remember, you want to play music, there's a play button, there's a pause button, there's a stop button, there's a rewind button, there's a forward button, you know, there's so many buttons, but Apple threw it out, you know. So technology comes, you can't avoid them. It'll hit you like a truck if you're not prepared. But if you're prepared in terms of how does a consumer accept that? Unfortunately for us, smartphone is like part of our everyday life. Everyone has got one. But we also behave like consumer. When we want to buy a handphone, we have 1,000 ringgit. How do we decide in terms of what? All products are at parity. Brands come into play. When brands come into play, that is our role in terms of building the kind of identity, the kind of image that we want to have for our consumers to be able to choose us, because we provide a choice. You know, we provide a choice to the consumer to be able to choose which is best to them, which is some is about image. You know, like you said, you can buy a car, they all have one steering wheel, 4 tires, and 5 seats. Whether you pay 600,000 for a car, or you can pay 60,000 ringgit for a car. It depends on image. You know, like BMW versus Mercedes. What are the difference between those two? Feature-wise, they're the same. Look-wise, they're different. Image-wise, they're different. They are all both German. They're same technology. You know, this one can do this, that one can do that, basically. Because technology, everything else is at parity. So, consumers' mindset is key. Consumer behavior is the most important thing for as long as we live, as long as food itself. There's a lot of competition with food. You know, businesses survive. Nestle still survive. You know, Unilever still survive because we consume their products. And then clothing, fashion, and all those things still survive because consumers will start will never stop doing this as a behavior. The way they get the information, the way they buy has changed. You know, the last time Levi's will have to open every outlets in all major departmental store. Now you can do online. Now a lot of businesses don't even have a shop. They make money through online basically. And how they promote? Sometimes they say they don't even use advertising. A lot of things, a lot of technological stuff start without advertising, like Airbnb, the Uber when they first started, because that's because of technology. Because they feel to the needs of the consumer, they feel to the needs of a human being in terms of I need to use this. They make things a necessity, all those things. Because at the end of the day, in every business for that matter, whether advertising or selling or marketing, the most important thing is the consumer. Because in our industry, consumer builds, you know, with the consumer mindset, your brand lives longer. If your brand is not strong enough, consumer forget them, then your business will die. Through our lives, you may live 20 years or 30 years or 40 years. You can recall how many brands have survived. Hey, what happened to this brand? No longer around, basically. You know, because the longevity of a brand lasts as long as the consumer have affinity with them, the consumer can remember them, basically. So that is our role. If we want to keep this industry alive, understand our consumer, find the best way, a most creative way to get your brand for them to remember, and adapt the technology. Don't get scared about them because it will come. Now we're talking about, you know, fourth to fifth revolution, because the industry fourth revolution is about big data, AI, Internet of Things, you know, and then they forgot about the human beings. And then fifth revolution, okay, let's add back the human beings, basically, because AI and algorithms, if you let the machine learning, they learn by themselves, human wouldn't have any control on them. Because human brain capacity cannot cope with algorithm in terms of the machine learning. They might be more powerful than us. A lot of movies doing this already, you know, in terms of how the AI taken over. Because these things, without human setting the premise, you know, in terms of up to what capacity do we stop AI learning? And then if we tahan them in terms of to learn at certain stage, and what's the purpose of AI then? Those things. So those debates still going on within scientists and all the new computer scientists. So that's not our worry, but the outcome of that we need to understand. The outcome of that, how does it affect a consumer, you as a consumer, in terms of your everyday life, that we need to understand. Because without understanding the consumer, we cannot plan a strategy in terms of how we communicate our brands, basically. Yeah, that is my very short, long intro. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, from your point of view, you have witnessed from the the traditional one until toward digitalization. Imagine 4 decades. It has been, a very long time. Okay. I think perhaps I also would like to hear what is some inputs from Encik Surya Diputra here, which is what I've been informed that you are the creative director at Naga DDP Tribal, and your creative strategy and campaign direction span from above the line to digital approaches. Somehow a very quite opposite with what Encik Shukri just now. And then has the above actually the line approach lost its significance over the years? What ways has this industry has revolved over the years from your point of view?
All right. Hi. First of all, hello and assalamualaikum and good morning. It's good to be back, although virtually for now. First of all, like how Encik Shukri said earlier, it's quite overwhelming, like the topic, like industrial revolution. To be honest, at first when I got this, I was like, hey, I think you got the wrong guy. I'm not that smart, to answer this kind of things. But then we have a chat about it, and we basically, I give my point of view to support my decision to not attend, And I think like you kind of give the right answer. So I try to share my point of view as concise as I can. So first of all, one of the things that strike me, I've worked from the era, the infant stage of digital, right? Before you can't, there's a time when you can't actually buy media on digital space. So Facebook and YouTube is still very organic. Like back in the days, you do a campaign for your brand and you get like say 3,000 likes or followers, and like, whoa, that's insane, because you can't boost it, right? But now everything has changed. But first of all, one of the thing that strikes me when I got the question is the definition of above the line and digital. There was a time, right, when even the creatives. I'm a creative director, so I started off as a creative professional. Right? I was a writer. But first of all, the definition itself, above the line and digital. When I first started, it's divided into two. People will say like, "Hey, what are you, man?" "Oh, I'm an art director." And then there's someone who would say like, "Hey, I'm a digital art director," because you do two different things. Like the divide between ATL and digital is so strong. But in this day, that answer becomes irrelevant. It doesn't make sense. Because like Encik Shukri said earlier, like there's no brand that can survive without a digital presence. You can survive without ATL presence. Recently, the great Virgil Abloh passed away, right? Off-White, with great collaboration with LV, with Nike, Adidas, and all these big brands. Like, he didn't have a single store. Like Uber and Grab and Airbnb. You can be giants without having physical presence. But you can't be giant without having an online presence. So that sets the perimeter very clearly. Right. On that point as well, right? Almost everyone spend more time looking at their phone screens. Like Encik Shukri said earlier, you wake up, you look at your phone, right? Because that's your alarm clock too. That's your calendar too, right? That's pretty much the gadget of your life, right? So the divide becomes nonsensical, right? Above the line used to be the mainstream media. When right now, digital is the mainstream media, if you look at it. You spend more time looking at your phone than you look at your TV or your newspaper. Nobody buys newspaper, like, okay, my mom still buy newspaper, but most people don't, right? So technically, it's ridiculous to say, to divide the mainstream media and the digital, because the digital is the mainstream one. But, I've worked on a few big brands. Alhamdulillah, thank God for that opportunity. I started off on Maxis, work on DG, Maybank, Pepsi, Wanda, and right now I'm doing things for KFC mainly. KFC is my main account, and you can see our presence is on digital, on the billboard, and on whatnot, right? Whatever. Basically, that's the plan, right? Media guys will always tell you to buy wherever people can see your brand. But for me, working on big brands like KFC, when it comes to creating awareness, like this is to answer, like, has the above the line approach lost its significance over the years, and in what ways, right? So I don't think it has totally lost its significance, because like there were times when we did campaign, right, where we just do digital. We don't have ATL, the more traditional. The impact is a little bit not as good when you have a good mixed media, right? Because sometimes it's good to like throw in a billboard when you want to say something provocative, right? You want to get people talking about something, like throw it on the print, throw it on. I'll share an example later. But does ATL lost its significance? I won't say so, right? But the importance of having a presence in digital ecosystem have definitely supersedes the need to have a presence in the more traditional ATL media. Any clients nowadays, if they have, and most clients don't have the money, they don't spend the most for advertising, right? They're very stingy with advertising, and that's a reality, right? You got to treat them like, you got to treat our client like it's our company too. So we be careful, right? So if you have limited money, chances are you spend more on digital instead of traditional. And I hope there's no media owners here. because I think it's partly to be blamed by the media owners itself. Like the price of media buy for print ad, for billboards, right? And all this grand media space has not changed, right? If it's changed, it's smaller, right? So if I'm a marketer, like, hey, I only got this much money, where can I put my money? First of all, I put on social. It's affordable. And the other thing about it, I can track how many people actually view. They're more flexible and nimble, you know, on how they charge the clients as well. Like only, like Facebook, for example, they have like, I'll charge you on every click. I'll charge you on every view. So if no one's viewing, I'm not paying. Sounds good to a paying client, right? So yeah, and I think on top of, and although I come from advertising, but we work very closely with marketing. I think digitalization. I think Mr. Shukri is totally right. We can't compare ourselves with China, Japan, and some European countries. But what I like about this, because digitalization is really important, right? If you can't evolve, we will perish, right? But with the lockdowns, it kind of forced brands to really embrace digital, even small brands. That's what's cool about digital. Imagine if there's no digitalization, a lot of SMEs will shut down. But thanks to digitalization, right, it actually helps people. Like brands like KFC, we are an ancient brand. We lag, right? Before this, we I have to admit, I work on the brand, right? But for the longest time, when it comes to delivery, McDonald's or Domino's supersedes us. But because of the lockdown, you have no choice. The sales on your in-store cannot match. You can't depend on that anymore. So the lockdown actually forced a lot of brands to go digital, right? So it's not just about building campaigns on digital. It's about making your products and services accessible on digital space. Because in the end, it's all about the business. So that's my point of view to answer this question. I hope I did.
You are, you do actually, because I agree with you. It's somehow this global pandemic has pushed us to to go online, to go digital, and it's very crucial
And working from home, how amazing is that, right?
Exactly. I can just wear my pajamas and straight away to the meeting instead of like you have to put on makeups and some hijabs all the way to go to your office. But yeah,
Yeah.
it has been such a very great evolution that you witnessed.
Always try to
But
look at the bright side, like, yeah.
true. Agree with you. All right. So, looking at this issue, right, with the evolving, how about Puan Anida Tahrin? What I've been told that you are actually from Media Prima, if I'm not mistaken, right? So you have been involved with the radio industry since the year of 2000, right? So you would have seen how radio play its role in this industry. What do you think about that?
Okay, Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to everyone. Thank you so much for having me. It was a little bit of touchy feeling sikit tadi when Dr. Masila said welcome back to the alumni. So basically, yes, I've been in the industry from 2000. Would like to do a little bit of flashback. So basically, I started off as an intern at one of the radio stations in Malaysia. It was era back then. When I was in ITM, masa tu it was called ITM. I was one of the DJs in ITM. So at that particular moment, my friends and I, we had to bring like our CD collection and to basically like arrange what kind of songs that we would like to play during our shift. So that was during UiTM. When I started my internship in ERA, at that particular point, it was already digitalized. I mean, basically, it's all about systems and application. So we were being exposed to a system, and we were told that the announcers will not be coming in using CDs anymore. Everything has been arranged or have been scheduled by a music director. So this particular person will be the only one, the solely person who will be in charge of the songs that goes on air throughout that 24 hours. So even that person doesn't actually play or add the song based on the interest. It's all based on data, based on all kind of research that they do in the sense of music. And based on the data, the particular person will schedule the song. for each of the song is being scheduled accordingly in the sense of rotation. So I do understand here in Malaysia, we call it as a format radio. So if you are targeting 15 to 29 years old, you'll be playing all the, all the top 40 songs. If you are looking at playing something that is meant to be for 35 and above, then you will play something that is oldies. So those kind of factors will actually affect how you schedule the song. So that's why we have certain songs that are high rotation, because like it or not, that is when the listener would want to listen in every 2.5 hours, every 4 hours, every 3 hours, depending. So at that particular, imagine as early as 2000, I was basically being exposed to that. So I was kind of shocked, like, oh, okay, how do I handle this? What do I do? Because they will just show it to you. Let's say, okay, Anida, this is system. This is what you need to do. Here are basically 50 buttons. But out of these 50 buttons, you only need to know these 10 main buttons, and this is what you need to do. So it was few rounds of training, and after that, I was on my own handling the system. So from there, I could actually see the, what you call it, the revolution of radio industry, knowing for a fact, okay, from CDs scheduling to music scheduling, and from there is all about computerize everything, including the content. So for the announcers, right, basically they will only talk when they are assigned to talk. So we have a lock. It is called as music lock. So you get to see every single thing that goes on air from talk set. That is when the announcers need to talk. So let's say, for example, okay, I go on air and it's stated there, okay, Anida, you only have 15 seconds, 15 saat je untuk cakap, 15 seconds. You only have that particular time. Then you have two songs that will be aired, and then you will have news. The next time that you're going to come out is in the next 10 minutes, and that particular point you will have 30 seconds of talk set. So you only can talk about 30 seconds. So during internship, I could actually see how the program manager actually being very particular with that nonsense. Like for example, back days like macam Silen, will be asked, hey, Silen, you only had your 30 seconds talk set, but looking at the system, after your post show, you actually spoke about 45 seconds. Why is that? So those are basically, I would say, a combination of people and technology to make everything as smooth and as perfect as possible. Okay, so moving after 3, 4, 5 years, another section that I would see the emergence of technology that is affecting the station is about website. Dulu or those days is very straightforward. You open the website, you get to see the logo of the station, you get to see the faces of the announcers, the profiling, what kind of shows that you get to hear on the station. But eventually we realized that, hey, it's really one-way engagement, and this is only one style. So we said to the announcers, hey, you know what, it's about time for you guys to be very personal. We want you to write a blog. Okay, write a blog, macam write about yourself, like 3 times a week, that's enough. That's enough. Just write. We don't need anything else. Just a blog. So the announcers will actually write a blog and we put it on the website. Eventually we told them, hey, you know what? We have gotten so many views for the blog. Okay, on top of that, now you have to write daily blog. So the announcers will be like, oh my God, daily? For real? Yes, daily. And on top of that, you need to put pictures in. You need to put videos in to make it more interactive. And then after 2 years, so 2 years lebih kurang, we told them, hey, you guys, the social media is here. Like it's about time for all of you to have a Facebook account, and we made it compulsory for each of them to have a Facebook. We even put it in the KPI. We told them, okay, you need to have your Facebook, and we need to set the target of your followers. What kind of content, what kind of engagement, those kind of things. So for a fact, as a radio industry, it's not all about putting the content out there, having the announcers to go on to go on air just like that. It's more than that, adapting to the technology, and consequently also in the sense of offerings to the client. The things that we could actually offer to client, we actually told them that like it's not all about commercial advertising. It's more than that. You may be a part of our digital content. You may be a part of whatever that we're doing online, so that is more engaging and such. And we studied a lot of things. For example, in the sense of research, we do understand it's not about research listening only, it's beyond that. So we asked, along the way, the client, we said, okay, when you look at digital numbers, let us know what kind of digital numbers that you want to see. Views, is that your priority? Your video views, your impression, your unique views, like those things. So you when you see views is views lah. No, what else do you want? But at the end of the day, under views, there's so many other elements. So even that, we actually engage with client and ask them along the way, because we know for a fact that is how everything is being evolved, and we need to be evolved as well in the sense of content development being supported by a strong system. Our talent, regardless what they call that, frontline or back end team, and also other things that is basically contributing to the operation of the stations. Example like revenue and client, as I shared earlier. So that's how I see how everything changed from 2000 all the way up until now. On top of that, just want to add on, um, even to be known as radio, people might see it as a what they call that traditional medium, but it's just that radio is a radio. Like radio is a device. At the end of the day, it's a device. But if you talk about radio content, you're actually hearing or listening to us on multiple platforms. So it's no longer like macam radio. Yes, we are in the car, that's for sure. But now we are also on streaming and also apps, and we are also on smart speakers, and of course on TV for Astro and also My TV. So our content is everywhere. Yes.
Agree. Interesting insights. It's radio has been the first thing that we, listen to the songs to. But now we have like Spotify, YouTube Premium, all this Apple Music. Things have been evolved during those years. And okay, let's move towards our Puan Husna Adnan, which is, as what I'm aware, that we all know that Squad Buku has been in the publishing industry for more than 5 years and has their own following. What is your comment when when we move towards digitalization? How this thing has impact to your industry?
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Hi, morning to all viewers. My name is Adnan. I'm a manager and a co-founder of Squad Nisi, actually. Squad Nisi PLT.
Apologies.
It's okay. We name our company Squad Nisi because we are the writers of this comic series. This one. I don't know if you can. You can Google it. It's quite famous among the school students. But so I'm from publishing, and I'm in the industry for more or less 12 years. Maybe I'm just like a baby among the panel. So I cannot talk much about before 2008 because at that time I was a student. So maybe I can say that books are the most traditional medium that stays until now, and not much of the change, but we can say that there are still demand because throughout the years our sales are increasing, and during the pandemic we thought that we were screwed because there will no PBAKL that last year, and all the books that we sent to the printer did not finish yet that time. So we don't have the stocks, but we managed to get some directly from the printer that time. Then we noticed that everyone want to buy the books, even though we thought that maybe they want to just look at their phone or on TV. But yeah, this is shocking, not to us alone but to other company as well. Books like right now, maybe some of the viewers or the panels here did not read every day, not me as well, but there's some of the age that still need books. So as our company that focus on comic books, school children still wants to read the series, And so we cater the parents. We cannot cater the school children because we don't go to school like before. We go for book selling from schools to school before, but after the pandemic, we just cater the parents. So the demand, I would say that our sales last year without PBAKL is 3 times higher than 2019 minus the PBAKL. So it's quite enormous for a small business like us, and just for selling comic books like 10 ringgit or 9 ringgit per title, and to get 6 figures is huge. So to some book category, maybe there's a decreasing, but to us who cater the school children and the youngsters, we find that we still can sell them our books, and also how to self-help books. So there's some of the book category that are decreasing and some are maintained. So I wouldn't say that it lost their significance, but the change of the purpose for, like now we have POD, print on demand. So it will simplify and makes book printing more easier. So some with the social media, people are doing personal branding, so they need to print, to publish books, to tell the people, the target market, who they are, what they've been through before, and what their achievement. So books nowadays, maybe not for all, but they still have a target market. I would share some data from the UK. This is from BCC. For the last year, the units sold for hard copy books are 202 million copies, while in US is 751 million. So it's the last year they got 1,200 million units sold was 2012. So the pandemic really changed our insight about books. Even we are in the industry, me myself personally, always think that book industry always in a recovery state. Recovery, we never we just the last time we think that, oh, there's a cahaya, when a government give voucher buku. But there's a bright side, and but there's so many to debates on that voucher buku. But then until now, we all just surviving. So if the company wants to survive, they just need to change their book category, their target market. So focus on the readers, the market, then inshallah the demand will always be there. So and I would like to add, right now at SACC Shah Alam there is Pesta Buku Selangor, and I went there last Saturday. The crowd was massive. We packed like there's no social distancing at all, but that makes us in the book the industry feels very happy, because we thought that there is maybe no one will come because they worry about the virus and all. But no, I've talked to one of the publishers there. They said that their sales are the same before the pandemic. So that's a good news, even though it's we are not one of the one of the pempame there, but I am very happy to see that the crowd Just the same as before the pandemic.
Yeah.
Thank
In
you.
my point of view, Puan Husna, when I stuck in pandemic, I've been working from home for 2 years, for 2 freaking years. I don't even go out there to go to the actual place of working. And I found that book actually helped me to give a physical touch and a balance of nature instead of like
Yes.
me just going scrolling through social media all the damn day and like all 24 hours. I will always like, okay, on social media, on TikTok, on Facebook, Instagram, and watching Netflix all the way. But then I realized at some point I should get a book, which I bought a few. And I bought a few books, and when I read some of the books, right, I feel there I need that, the physical touch when you flip out the books, the feels is different
The
when you
smell
scroll through.
of the
The smells
paper.
is different, the content is somehow different. I did some reading, some novels reading online, but then it feels totally different when you are on books. So I think you need a balanced number of the traditional itself as well as the digital book as well. That is my opinion, especially. Yeah, I agree.
Yes.
It's not dying. It's out there. It's just that the what matters is the content itself, right?
Betul.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I agree. Okay. Our last but not least, our panel, Puan Nur Aniza Azmi. What I was being told that you are also oversee some digital media content creation, right? Could you share with us like whether actually the journalism industry is actually revolving in your ways?
Hello, hi everyone. So it is an honor for me to join with other will experience panel. I'm more or less I'm in the industry for like 7 to 8 years, and I started with Obulan, a personal blogger at that time, and then I learned a lot in which like at first I was a writer, and then I being assigned to do sponsored content, and I'm being assigned to learn all the digital content really fast. I mean, like at that time, like no there's like a very minimal involvement of blogger or personal blog in the digital media. So with like few transition from personal blog to the company, and like recently we under Media Prima. So I'm being assigned with like with multiple role, and like all the roles like need me to be a fast learner, be adapting to the all new challenges in digital media. So um I to be honest, even though I'm among the like entrepreneur in the Rev Media Group for social media content or digital content creation, we are also still adapting and like learning on how our users, our audience uh, consume the social media. Okay, I would like to share a little bit of insight of what the demography of social media users in Malaysia. So if for TikTok, there's like 4 million users, active users in Malaysia, in which like 41% of them like consist of like 16 to 24 years old, and then like most of them is like female, for 54% is female. And meanwhile in like Twitter we have like 3 million plus minus, and like 38% of the user age between like 25 to 34 years old. So we can see that most of the social media like aim for the younger crowd. I mean, like they like especially the Gen Z. So our strategy to generate content, regardless on our editorial or our sponsored content, mostly aim those crowd, because we want the Gen Z crowd. For your information, is the largest crowd in Malaysia. If I'm not mistaken, it's about like 26% of the population in Malaysia. So they are heavily dependent on like social media, gadget, like the active user of all the social media, regardless of Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, or YouTube. So
in terms of like developing the content in our editorial or our sponsored content, we are in need to adapt the trend, and at the same time we have to maintain all the brand image of each platform. For example, let's say under my editorial, I have Obulan, Surat Limau, My Recipe, and all various media, and also we are also monitoring and handling all the execution sponsored content for all NSTP digital product, Harian Metro, Berita Harian, and we are also the reseller for Utusan and Cosmo digital product. So each product have their own, cater their own audience, cater their own age segment. So in a way, if the sponsored content from the client come in like buying for Obulan, let's say, so the approach will be different compared than what we will sell to all the news or hard news platforms such as Harian Metro, Berita Harian. So I can see that um the 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 more mature audience or the product will choose like all the hard news platform compared to all the lifestyle news as Bulan, Surat Limau, and etc. But I agree with Encik Shukri, Puan Anida, and Encik Surya mentioned before. While we are adapting the technology into the digital media into our content, the process of learning is like never stop. The process of you have to everyday learn on how your audiences interact, engage, and respond and feedback to your content. To be honest, there's like our editorial content like memang go viral, and there's like our content yang memang can't get any views. So I can see that every platform will have a different preference of content and audiences that target for. And among the challenges that I think as a to produce the content in social media and digital media is like we have to be the first, the and to be among the publisher that generate consistent content, and so to be authentic and fresh in terms of any ideas. So if you guys like familiar with our apa ni content marketing and videos for Obulan, we use our videos and complement ads in that video. It's not like in your face ad. It's like got like video storytelling before, at the end of the video. Oh, actually, it's a product placement in the video. So there's no more in your face video that buy this one you can get be slimmer, or like buy this one you can get prettier. So the audience, like the Gen Z audience, what we I can say now, they love things that have value added in whatever ads they see. They just they prefer to have something to add, just not apa ni, to ensure that it's not just an ad, it's have the message that we convey into the video, or regardless editorial or our sponsored content. So in terms of like journalism aspect, I can see that all the reporters have to change their work style. Like in the older days, like reporter or journalists go to event to the PC and then get all the information during the PC. But now all the content can be extract from the social media itself. So most of the, I think, like journalists, reporters also uh, get the content, publish the content, regardless if the content is full with information or not. They want to be the first. They want to be the first to publish, to spread the news to the audience, and then after that they will do the follow up stories, or interview for with the person. And I can see that all the influencer, all the minister also use social media to spread the news at the first hand before they reach all the media to to give full of information of whatever event that they want to shout about. So the we can see that the not only journalists have to be adapting with that technology, with the digital media, but in a way all the users also adapting, that they are not only consume, but now they also can create, and then they can also contribute ideas, information in their own personal social media. So for example, like anyone now can be reporters, anyone now can be like um real time apa ni, citizen journalism. Oh, I see that accident at the federal highway, I posted in my social media. Then if you notice, like if most of the newspaper, apa ni, digital media also will grab that story all the way from social media first before they get the all the details information further. Because I think the advantages of this, like, okay, who get the first news will get the higher views, the higher page view and everything. But at the same time, people will put the more credibility in all the news portal, apa ni, compare than all the apa ni, personal comment or personal post in social media. And then I also like to share that I think um the concept of journalism now, like, also changes due to what they can grab on the apa ni, news itself. For example, back then, when the journalism is most focused on the printing side, we are aiming for the circulation, right? But now all the reporters or the journalists need to do stories to aim for the website traffic, for the page view, for the unique view, for the apa ni, virality of the news. Is no more I get the news and then I have to publish, and that I have the designer to upload the story and etc. But now, in the current era, the reporters, the journalists need to adapt with the technology. They need to be um, alert with all the viral in social media, and they need to write on the story, and they need to be among the first to publish, and then take care of the website traffic. And I think all the, as of now, I mean as of today, Harian Metro, Berita Harian did a great job in which they able to have a stable traffic. Like, I think, if I'm not mistaken, about 7 million monthly unique view to direct read in their website. So journalism is not dying, but I think there's a need to adapt the digital media, and that way they can survive. So yeah.
I agree. I totally agree with you, because social media is considered as essential platform or medium nowadays, right? Everything goes viral on that. If another makcik bawang, I would say, posted something, hey, there's a fight out there, neighbor, and then it goes viral. And, there's no more pure journalists out there that wanted to come up with the great content. But then coming back to what Encik Shukri mentioned in the beginning of our forum just now, content creation actually relates back to the consumer behavior. Consumer behavior is what matters and what evolved during over the years. What is your take on that, Encik Shukri? What do you think about the importance of observing these consumer behaviors over the years to create contents?
Okay, I will talk. in the in the context of brand communication, advertising. Okay, journalism. I agree with Noren Miza. Okay, they have to have ethics because
True.
everybody is a journalist now. They put their own
True.
headlines. Social media has destroyed it. Okay, destroyed the ethics of journalism. We can maki-maki in the social media already, which is very unhealthy.
True.
You know, it's because of politics, because polarization. Okay, but I can only talk in the context of brand communication, in context of business, brand marketing, basically in marketing, because we are in business at the end of the day. When we in business, we sell something. Who do we sell to? We sell to the consumers. So if we don't place consumer right at the top of the important thing or whatever, how do we communicate with them? Understanding the content is basically right now based on social media digitalization. There's a lot of ways for you to reach to the consumers, but we must remember there are a million ways of consumer getting information. Okay, they always think they find their own ways of getting it, either either they can Google, either they can, they've seen somewhere or somebody have posted something, those things. All we need to do, because in this industrial 4.0, 5.0, how we analyze those contents, basically, in terms of how the journalists, in terms about trying to bagi the latest news to be the first, I'm also in a WhatsApp group. There'll always be somebody in the group that want to be the first. And that's that 10th time I received the same bloody bloody info again. So because there are these characteristics of people, okay, in utilizing social media. I'm not fan of this because it's just disrupt the entire flow. Sometimes it's just all those controversial things about vaccine, anti-vaccine, and all those things. So these are the kind of mindset that we need to understand. What kind of people are we, basically? During 20, 30 years ago, it's very easy. We just analyze the consumer based on their media consumption. Who watches this at what time, and those times, that's how TV3 make a lot of money in those days. And then that's how Star newspaper made a lot of money. Basically, at those days, the ad expenditure was still 5 billion. But those guys, sapu like half of them, basically. Now it's still 5 billion. Where does it go to? Like Cik Surya kata, it is digitalization. Because the point is, any small businesses, if you get into business, once you go online, you are already global. I give talk a lot to SMEs and SMIs. Because they think, oh, kami kecil-kecil saja, we just do the business, for our friend. No, if you go online, you're already global. Because even if you sell soya sauce, you post it soya sauce, people Google soya sauce, all the Maggie of the world will come, the Kimballs of the world will come. You're not competing with these people, you're nowhere, basically. It's not like the old days when I go into Tesco. Again, even in the old days, if you go into Tesco, just place your product. If you don't design it well, if your packaging is horrible, how can you compete with the bright Maggie bubble, the bright Kimball, all these global brands? The point is, once you get into business, once your digitalization has globalized everything, once we go online, we are already global. If you're not prepared, then don't go, basically. So through this pandemic, we still gave workshop and talks to all these people. They realized this during the pandemic when they have no choice, but they have to go into online to sell. And then suddenly they realize, oh, got people this, got people that. How come my brand tak nampak? Because you taruh situ soya sauce yang besar. Because soya sauce is not your brand. Soya sauce is a product description. What is your brand? Maggi is the brand. But did Maggi put soya sauce? Did Nescafe put instant coffee? Is that those things, those are the basic things which a lot of our SMEs, there are 1 million of them. I don't know how many has survived. Okay? If we focus on these people, our economy can grow, because this is the only country that the economy is not driven by SME. It's given by all those big corporations. But how many of them? If one of them drop, the economy will collapse. because a lot of other countries, the SMEs are the driving force of the economy, basically. Before the pandemic, we have more than 1 million SMEs, SMIs. Okay, if we groom these people, they will grow. But unfortunately, all the grants that have been given doesn't allocate branding, marketing, communication, which is the last and the most important once you want to go into business. You can come up with a brilliant product, but you put in horrible packaging, you put with a wrong branding, a wrong name, wrong design to compete with the global, you're nowhere, basically. So that's what my Reka Negara is all about. That we give talk to these people to be able to understand the perspective so that we can go into a real business, competing with the big brands. How does the big brand survive, basically? Oh, I have to follow. Then you forever become follower, you never become a leader. So those are the things that we share with them, especially in terms like Levi's is 163 years old. How can they maintain to be the number one jeans in the world until today? And it's 160 years old. Coca-Cola is 130 years old and it's still the soft drink. But they are shifting through time because consumer behavior is going into health consciousness. They don't drink sugar drink anymore. That's why Coca-Cola globally have paid 5 billion to pay for, I know what this coffee brand, which is in Shell now. I mean, they paid for that because they're shifting. They're going into juices. So that's how a very basic example in terms of how people shift according to times because of the consumer behavior. At the end of the day, remember, we are still human beings. We still need to eat. We still need to do things. We buy things. So that's where our business is, basically. Yeah. Thank you.
Understood. Understood. It's interesting insight because according to you, for example, the soy sauce is it? It's instead of putting the description itself, you have to come up with your own brand. And what actually makes other brand is different than the other brand. This is where the advertising becomes true. And Encik Surya, what is your take from your creative point of view to make these brands differ from others? And what makes it stands out as compared to others?
Uh, I think when it comes to brand, right, a brand is like a person. To put it simply, you got to be consistent to be distinctive, right? A brand can't be schizo. A lot of brands actually do this. You build a brand through a lot of effort, right? I work on KFC, and I'm happy to say I work for a brand that I have a lot of respect for the founders. It's like Colonel Sanders. The brand is really strong. Everyone knows he's that old man dressing all white at any time, and he sells fried chicken. That's all people need to know. This old man dressed in white, a bit irreverent, sells the best fried chicken. It doesn't change from the 60s until today. You don't start seeing Colonel Sanders wearing purple, for instance, just for the heck of it. I think this is one of the things that a lot of brands make mistake, right? In the need to mirror. But if in here it's not so much, but in markets in like the US, right? You see how Colonel become relevant. I had a chance to actually meet up with the team from Wyden and Kennedy who actually built campaign for KFC brand in the US. Right? It's insane. Their take on Colonel is like Colonel is always hyper relevant, regardless of the time. Like there was a time when the people started celebrating the Mexican migrants in the US, right? And Colonel launched a vinyl that the KFC Tijuana picnic party. So it's all about being relevant. There's a campaign recently because of the craze on cat, right? Cat is God on internet, metaphorically speaking, right? Nobody can dislike cat. Or if you dislike cat openly on social space, get ready to face the haters. So what they did, right, is basically they put a statue of a colonel and they get a lot of cats playing with colonel. Just that over music, right? And it's a live streaming. There's like berpuluh-puluh ribu people actually just watch that streaming. You can't really, but it's on brand, right? Colonel is always irreverent. There's chicken. The cats are enjoying time with it. I don't know. Yeah, I think when it comes to traditional and digital, right? I don't know if this is the part where you asked me the question that you prepared earlier, that says like, do I consider digital campaigns to be more successful than traditional ones? I don't know if that's part of that, but I think as a creative, it's really tough to answer that question. It's like asking me which one of my kids that I like to eat first, because I still do both actually, right? And I think as a creative, we need to really manipulate the channels that is given to us. You need to be creative on every single opportunity that's given to you to make the brand distinctive, relevant, through consistency. So I guess for traditional media owners, perhaps it might be a threat, and a threat that actually forces them to evolve to stay relevant, which is a good thing actually. Like how Puan Anida just said just now, right? Radio is no longer just radio, right? There's extensions to it on multiple platforms, on even the personalities on the radio. Yeah, but for me, I don't think I can answer this question seriously, to be honest, because like I said, these channels are just a stage for us. Idea that's relevant to the target audience is always king. Are digital ads a threat? There are so many boring digitals out. Seriously, we all are exposed to digital ads. So many of them are so boring, and boring stuff are never really a threat. It's how you use the media in a provocative, interesting way that gets people talking, because we're living in the era that brands actually have conversation with the audience. It's no longer, I was a part of that, like I said earlier, right? There was a time when, digital is so infant, right? And brands basically make announcements like, hey, I have this, it's the best, I'm number one. Nobody cares about that, because nobody will like, oh, how did you become number one? Nobody will ask you that question. You need to be more engaging. You need to start having conversations with your audience. So I don't know if it's the right time, but I shared a video with the team. I don't know if you're ready to play it, just to make a point on whether traditional and digital, is it competing or is it complementing? Are we going to play it?
It is a humiliating sight for one of the country's biggest food brands.
Hundreds of Kentucky Fried Chicken restaurants across the UK were forced to shut down over the weekend.
The fast food giant blaming teething problems with a new delivery contract.
So they agreed to deliver chicken without having a distribution centre.
They had a distribution centre, but it wasn't up and running.
All the chicken, there's farmers, surely there's enough chicken.
Really am disappointed. I'm mad at KFC.
I've had to go to Burger King.
Fuck. We're sorry. A chicken restaurant without chicken. It's not ideal. Huge apologies to our customers, especially those who travelled out of their way to find we were closed. And endless thanks to our KFC team members and franchise partners for working tirelessly to improve the situation. It's been a hell of a week, but we're making progress, and every day more and more fresh chicken is being delivered to our restaurants. Thank you for bearing with us. Visit kfc.co.uk/crosstheroad for details about your local restaurant.
KFC today printed an apology in a couple of newspapers. Have a look at what they did to their logo.
This full-page ad, see how it scrambles KFC.
But how would they avert such a terrible PR situation?
I should please make a little bit. And it's just safety thing.
I do appreciate apology.
Okay, the point I'm trying to make is you need to understand your media mix correctly. On digital space, even in UK, anywhere in the world, there's no censorship, there's no regulation. You can say as many F words as you want. Right? You can say whatever you want, right? But that's when they come with an understanding, playing with their own logo to say FCK, we screw it, right? It's a most sincere form of apologizing to people, right? And doing it on a newspaper is a bloody print ad, right? Has a different meaning, right? It takes risks, right? It's bolder compared to just saying it on a social post, for example, because you can't retract this, right? The commitment on giving what you really mean is different. Like we all know, you put social posts, people complain, I take it out. But you put it out there, right? You put it on newspaper, you put it on billboard, right? I'm not going to retract my statement. I'm sorry, I screw up. And that's that. And you look at the reaction, right? But that's the thing. If you understand your media correctly, right? Like I said earlier, it's just a stage. What are the things that you see, right? On social space? Some of them are traditional things, actually. Postings are merely posters being put on a social space. If you're boring, nobody's going to look at you anyway. But if you're provocative and interesting, it gets shared. Like this thing is a print media, they put it on Twitter, they put it on social, it blows the internet. And it gives the desired response that you actually want. So that's what I mean. Like, you need to understand, right? It's not like, oh, digital is the king. Like, we must do only digital. Doing it without a clear understanding of what you want to achieve, it's easy and it's pointless. Easy things are always pointless.
Agree. It's
Can I add to that? Sorry.
true.
I entirely. Can I add to that? I think it's so much of like, if you can't viral it, then conventional media will work. An example is Grab. They need people to sign up, and they spend millions of dollars on the billboard advertising, because they will capture you when you were driving, because there are millions of people were driving, to be able to get the exposure, basically. Because if you go
But the power of that, right? Imagine if they say something a little bit more provocative, because I'm the agent of provocation. That's part of my job. Right? But if they say things like, you become more provocative on print and on billboard, like you say, right? It's a lot more interesting. It'll make news. There's a lot of people who put things on billboard. No one's talk about it. Like, when is the last time you thought, hey, do you know that this aircon is the #1 aircon brand in the world? Like, nah. It's what you put. These are all stages.
Content.
True.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
content.
I guess, I hope I've made my point and I've answered the question as always. Scatterbrain. Sorry about that.
Yeah, but I agree. You have the point. Somehow answer the questions that the content is what matters, and you have to somehow be provocative out there to garner more attention from the audience.
Like a lot of the things we
um,
talk about on social space, especially in Malaysia, like, are still films. But how you do the films, like how you do the posts, how do you an on-ground activation? It's a market space that puts your product to a bigger horizon, basically.
Understand. How about you, Puan Anida? People say that for radio, content is somehow a king. So the success of the radio is not only depends on having the best DJ and the best music selection, but the digital content or the uniqueness of it. How does the station actually make sure that the content has its own uniqueness and identity on radio?
Okay, so most importantly, big data is very important. Understanding your target market is very important. There's a question here about the relevancy of IR4 and IR5 on social media and such. I think now we know for a fact whatever that you do, certain significant words will be picked up by your mobile phone. And whenever you actually go through your social media and such, if you are keen to travel, you go into this travel log content and such, you get all the travel agency, travel agencies offer and packages and things like that. So those are the things that we will actually study every now and then to really make sure that we we entice them with the right kind of content. So basically in our company we have 4 radio stations. 2 are the Malays one, Hot FM and also Bulletin. We have Fly FM, the English radio stations, and we have 8 FM as the Chinese radio station. So we used to carry all 3 stations. The main one, not the main, basically the younger one. 8 used to be the same target market as Fly and Hot, which is 15 to 29, but we have changed it a bit here and there. And for Bulletin has always been the matured group of listeners. But in a way, when you actually look at all these radio stations, you know for a fact every radio station carries different kind of target market and different kind of studies that you need to do. For example, for Chinese market, if you to say 50 to 29, yes, they are the Chinese community here in Malaysia whatsoever. But that is not all. Bukan itu sahaja. Because you need to ask them, okay, for Chinese community, what kind of influence, what kind of direction, what kind of content does your community listen to? So like in a nutshell, you can say, oh, TikTok is very big. All the new songs, even the what they call that, the US and the UK songs. We can actually get songs from TikTok and such. But when you talk to the Chinese team, then you would ask, how about getting songs from TikTok? They were looking at you and say, you know what? We don't really actually engage to TikTok. For our community, we go by Douyin. It's an app. It's another application. So we ask, okay, what is Douyin and why is Douyin? So they will explain. Or basically for Chinese community is something that is being known or being introduced in China or even in Hong Kong, in Taiwan. So the Chinese community, regardless whether you're Malaysian or you are Chinese community worldwide, this is the one that we are referring to when it comes to new song and such. So okay, now we understand. So what do we need to do for this particular apps? What kind of studies do we know? What kind of monitoring do we need to do? That is one. Back then it was Twitter. So again, like Chinese community, they like to talk about current issues. They like to have certain discussion. They go really in depth. So we say, okay, let's have the discussion on Twitter. No, Twitter is not really something that's an in thing for the Chinese community. We go with Weibo. And why Weibo? And they will say, okay, so because Weibo, you will get all the celebrities also talking about the current issues by the Hong Kong, Taiwanese artists and such. So that is an example of us looking and studying what is necessary for each platform. Okay, so in a nutshell, also you have so many of what you call that platform. We know for a fact discussion, argument, debate, curiosity. Let's have it on Twitter. Let's debate as much as we can on Twitter, because that is where you get all these feedback and such, and people retweet and such. When it comes to emotional content, when it comes to something that is viral, something that is more what do you call that, something that is more meaningful, we can actually go into Instagram and also Twitter, something that is trendy, fresh and such. So those will be our references when it comes of placing content on social media, digital, but also finding ways on how we carry on air. So sometimes those days they also say, oh, it's very visual. How do we do that? How do we actually visualize it? So we will train the announcers to make sure they know how to put it in words to really explain to the listeners when they actually go on air. That is one. Secondly, we do play sound bites to make it more relevant. So sometimes we will tell the announcers, hey, don't just put the soundbite on air without having a proper intro to your story, because orang takkan faham, people wouldn't understand. So you must have a proper story at first, and for you then later on you have a little bit of a clickbait introduction, then you like for you to basically like macam hook people to listen to the soundbite, and you pick the best soundbite, the one with provocation, the one with we call it as we have to end it with what you call that with the climax, to really make sure people, when people listen, okay, now I understand the story. What is it all about? Then I will go into the social media of the station to understand the content better. So that is how we do to make sure that we are relevant, even though so many people say, oh, you guys are radio based or audio based, but it's not. As you can hear or you can see, our evolvement is, it has to be all 360 degrees of execution. So that is very crucial for us. Yeah, I hope that answered the question. Sorry, I can't hear you. Sorry, Zaro, I can't hear you. You're mute.
You're on mute, Zarul.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I am mute now. Okay, so I agree with you, Pananida. It has been a very great explanation. But how about you, Pan Husna Atman? How about from the book industry point of view? Do you think, what are your thoughts on media and actually entrepreneurship For example, are they both actually important aspect that would determine the success of the publishing company? What are the factors or the measures that move towards it?
I think I will just answer it shortly because from other panels we have get the insight. Book publishing in Malaysia are merely a business. I don't know if there's a business that doesn't want to use social media anymore, but if they do, I think we just doesn't know that they exist. So in book publishing, as I know, all the big company have a social media in Twitter, in Facebook, TikTok, same as us. We use all the social media, including YouTube, as we are trying to make our comic into animation actually. So that's just how we try to grow our brand. And because comic Missy already in the market around 2008, 2009, 2009. So we already have like 50 titles with the same front Missy. We already I always use Missy on the title, like Missy 8A, Missy 10A, Missy Medic, Missy Chef for comic that teach the readers about cooking. So in book industry, especially in comic brand, Missy is one of the brand that actively using the social media, and we can say that we engage with our readers to know what their thoughts about our stories, and from there we can create what the continuation of the story. Because we want to hear from them, so we use the social media to interact. And I don't know if media is a necessity. We don't know. I don't know if there but yeah, actually there's traditional shop in the KL who doesn't have any social media, and they actually closed down, especially during the pandemic. And for some that doesn't use social media, the pandemic forced them to use, especially because we want to generate sales. And one of popular option is Shopee lah. We started with WhatsApp, and then we shift to OnPay. Then now we are every company have shop in Shopee to cater the demand. And to make people go to our shop, of course we must tell them. So that's where the media play the roles. So, but not just to sell the title, but we must share what the value of the comic books. Because there's a saying that people don't buy books, they buy the solution in the books. If they want to know about study tips, they want to buy books that share that. If they just want to read books that just for leisure, they will go for humor comic books. So if we just tell them the book title, the cover, without telling what's inside of it, what they will gain, they will not buy it. We use media. Then of course, and I agree, there's a lot of option there. So we must know where our target market is. To us, even though people are shifting to TikTok, but our market is parents. They are on the Facebook, so we are actively there. So the option that we choose is where the target market are. That's all.
Understood. Yeah. Book has been a very significant thing, and I understand your concern about that. How about you, Panoramiza? Like you mentioned just now in the beginning of the session, you mentioned social media has given like a very big impact, And in your opinion, does it have more negative as compared to the positive one? Or how does it complementary to your industry and further developing it to the next level?
Yeah, somehow I agree that social media give like negative impact to the journalism, but I think we can like see it as a challenge on how we can enhance and improve our journalism industry in the future. For example, let's say we feel citizen journalism is a halangan for our journalists to be more to do their job, to do their task. In a way, actually, if let's say the news posted by anyone in the social media, that is the first news, okay, that's fine, they can like give publish to that news in the news portal. But citizen journalists don't have access to the sources, I mean, like to the minister, to the more accurate sources that can talk more in depth on the topic itself. For example, let's say you saw an accident and then like you posted in the social media, but journalists will have the more accurate news, more details on what happened on the scene, during the scene. And I think in a way, even like we can see social media have like given like negative impact on the journalism, but I think uh if let's say our journalists, our coming reporters will have to struggle, I mean, not struggle lah, I mean like they need to adapt with the digital literacy and be alert on whatever things that viral and in being in like discussion in social media. And then they can, I think, with the creativity, with the um network that they have, our reporters have, we will have more in-depth apa ni reporting on things. And we are carry, it's not like we should kill the social media just to make journalism survive. It's more on a complementary basis. We can't, same as like digital media and advertising. I think like any advertising, any product they want to advertise, they shouldn't take digital media as a only platform that they have to advertise. They should make their product be exist in mainstream, in billboards and radios, and to ensure that they can cater each of the segment. So I think digital media actually not really kill any of industry, but more to be together, align and coexist with all the industry, and to support wherever it need to be. So yeah, I the with the right usage of social media, with the and the right usage of digital media, all the products, regardless product ke brands or platform or news outlet, they can enhance and improve their reach to mass audience. That is my thought on this. I hope it
Understand.
answer your question.
It is. It is. I think before we have 50 minutes left to our Q&A session. Um, it is very undeniable, and I understand that all of you have come long way to be at who you are guys today and industry right now. Do you guys have any advice to those who would also want to venture into advertising, and how do you envision and your thoughts about how this industry is going to survive in the next 10 to 15 years? Maybe we can start off with Encik Shukri. What do you think about it?
I think I've touched this area, but as long as the industry, first we have to let the industry survive because there's not so much of digitalized advertising versus the conventional advertising. It's more of complementing how it works together. content is important, creativity is important. Once you find the channel, then creativity is important in terms of delivering a very grabbing message to grab attention, because people attention power is very low right now. Okay, but at the end of the day, advertising, not so much in focusing into advertising. I think we have to expand our mind in terms of the bigger picture of marketing as a business, for that matter. Thinking is important. All these big brands survive, KFC for that matter, is because the strategy of how to stay in business, how to stay relevant even though they are 100 years old. Okay, as an example, I talk about Coca-Cola and Levi's. They always target to 18-year-olds, but they don't follow when the 18-year-olds become 20 or 23. But they speak to an 18-year-olds. 18-year-olds in the 1995 is different from 18-year-old in 2005. And 18-year-olds in 2015, they're different. What are the kind of elements that we pick to communicate with this target will make us relevant forever, basically. So if we can understand that perspective, we can understand that landscape, we can adapt whatever changes that come with us, whether it's technology or whatever, and then this technology will come, is easier with all these algorithms, whatever. They will analyze for you. That make things easier. For us, last time we had to do research, spend hundreds and thousands of dollars, go and ask people one by one, basically, in terms of how to understand the consumer's behavior. Now it's everything is that. If you watch this documentary of The Great Hack, about the Cambridge Analytica, how they harvest the Facebook data, the 50 million Facebook data, and change the landscape of American thinking using the Trump campaign, using the crooked Hillary. People become haters. That's why they are getting into trouble, because, in terms of Facebook data, because each one of you who have Facebook, there's hundreds and thousands of data that Facebook has got about you. And these people mind that. They pick every single time in terms of what you watch, when do you watch, what do you do, what do you eat, because whenever you report, they know. So these people analyze this kind of data. But these are very deep, and these are very private in the, the kind of thing. But these are the kind of technologies for us to be able to understand the landscape, to be able to move forward. So as a student or whoever in this industry, this is the need that we need to understand our consumers in terms to let the industry survive, basically. It's a bigger scope. As advertising is just one about execution of communicating with the consumers. It's just a tiny bit. The bigger picture is the strategy behind it, how the consumer behave, how the business, the industry. When we're talking about industry, when somebody just mentioned just now, when we talk about radio, a book, we're not talking about, we're selling a result or content in terms of what they're looking for. They're selling ideas, not about books. It's just like Levi's, they're not selling jeans, they're selling style. That's how they interpret it. They make things bigger. So that when we compete. When you compete with style, you compete with jeans. You can also compete with shoes. You can also compete with some other things that can reflect the style, basically makeup or whatever, those things. So have to look at the bigger picture. ITM got mass communication. I think start to collaborate so that we can understand each other, how to help each other, how to complement each other. It's not that you advertising, you broadcasting. No. Even in marketing or accountancy, we need to understand that, because these things evolve. And these are information that we need to understand, that the consumers will interact every day, that changes your life, that will affect your purchasing power, basically. Yeah, it's bigger picture. That's it. Thank you. I hope I answered the question.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Shukri. How about you, Mr. Surya? What are your thoughts, or maybe you want to share some of your ideas on how to improve the creative advertisement in Malaysia moving forward?
Okay. I think this will probably be the last question, I suppose, right?
Yeah.
Looking at the time. Okay. I think a lot of things have been covered by Encik Shukri. I like to point towards one subject matter that is very much talked about in the industry nowadays. So one of the buzzwords in the industry is data. You'll hear this word again and again from the client, from everyone. Well, clients, marketeers, they love data because it presents hard facts and numbers that can help them justify whatever decision they made or have to make, right? But as someone whose job is to think creatively, right? My advice is to not look at data blindly, right? Or else the work will be boring. And boring things don't stand out. We are in the business of making brands stand out, at least for advertising and marketing, right? So because data only pointed you into something that has already happened. Yes, I'm not saying data is not important, don't get me wrong, but data guides, data will reveal you things, right? Data will give you information. It will probably inspire you, right? Because it sparks something like, hey, didn't know people do that actually, right? Data validates, right? For example, if you have something, a point of view, data will probably like, hey, it's a solid one because apparently millions of people think the same too. It's just that never been spoken about, right? Data is crucial. So don't get me wrong. Do not go out and say, like Surya say, data is useless. No, it's not that. But data is just half of the equation. Data cannot think. Data cannot decide. Data cannot take risks. Most of the time, it's the enemy of taking risks. And we all know taking risks is the best friend of creativity and work that works, right? So data cannot build brands. So, and data can't even go against data. So experience, observation, and gut, right? Gut is really important. There are two ways to do ideas for us, right? One, find the data and build a bold idea based on the data that you do. Like the other way is like have a gut, right? Have some gut, observe and like, hey, actually this might work and blah, 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 right? And validate it with data because it's still important, right? I'm just giving a very ancient example. Like when Henry Ford did his market survey or whatever you call it back then, right? What do people want? People actually wanted, as a transportation, people actually wanted faster horse, right? If he listened to data blindly, he's a breeder. He will end up a breeder. But you need to be creative about observing and studying your data to come up with a creative solution and how you can, get the latest innovation and tech to be a part of your idea. Right. So, yeah. So I'm just gonna that's basically a heads up from me to the future talents who will join this industry. Like, do not look at data blindly. Be creative about it.
Agree with you. Okay. How about Puan Anida? Do you have anything to say to about what are your insights just now?
Mm, right. For me, as at this particular moment, we have about 96% penetration of people listening to radio, age 10 plus. We are happy with the result because we know there's still relevancy of the industry towards the Malaysian population. Moving forward, the question that was shared with me was about what is the significant or what is it the future of radio in the next 10 to 15 years. At this particular moment, going into digital or DAB plus is something that the industry has started talking, but we have not gone into it in detail. There's so many things that we need to talk about to see whether, in the sense of investment, to see the return and such, how will it be impacting us. Some of European countries, they have embarked into digital plus DAB. So with that, some we have good success stories, but we do have some failure here and there and such. So whatever it is, what I'm trying to say here, we are here to stay. We are here to keep to be relevant. As I said earlier, or I just want to share, when we actually look at that particular TV, it's a platform, it's a tool, but at the end of the day, it's the kind of content that you actually watch. So it's the similarity of what you watch on TV3, Astoria perhaps, on Arena, on CNN and such, the same thing that you watch on TV3, TV9, Netflix for sure, things like that, Apple TV, same thing, it's the content that you are consuming. So same was for radio.
radio is a device, but at the end of the day, we are across all. We are trying our best to really improve in the sense of technology, in the sense of digital, and from there you quickly see. There's a lot of questions about social media. About 10 years ago, we started to enroll a person in an executive as a social media executive. All this particular person does is to go on social media, to post, to study, to look at the numbers, data, and such, the engagement and whatsoever, because we know for a fact that is where our community is, not only listeners, but the community that we want to be a part of our listeners. So that's my final words, my final say for the industry, representing the industry, to say that we are here to really stay and to embark into so many other things that is so relevant to our listeners. Yeah, and also for our other stakeholders, clients and such.
Agree. It will also be interesting to get to know some of the insight from the book industry point of view, from Puan Husna Adnan. What is advice that you will give to our future writers out here? And in order to be visible, in order to stand out as compared to others writer, would they have to adapt with the digitalization too? What are your thoughts?
Okay. To future writers, first of all, I would like to advise to you, be a writerpreneur. What is a writerpreneur? Is a writer and entrepreneur. Because if you are just a writer, you will think that other people will do your job to make you stand out and stay relevant. But nowadays, people, no, the readers engage with the writer that be friend with them on social media, share their life in social media, what their takes on some topics. And second of all, as an entrepreneur, you need to sell your own books. Nowadays we don't just write, publish, and wait for the royalty because of the pandemic and such. The publisher also are, instead of just surviving. So if we want to stay in the business, because I don't know, if some people say that books are just for just being popular, but not that's just that, because to publish a book, there's a cost. So people who wants to buy your book with money, right? So we need to be human. And in order to be entrepreneur, every writers need to have their sales platform. Even though you don't have business minded, you can collab with a salesperson, or just hire someone to pack your books, or go to the JNT and stuff. But you must do the small things to stay in the industry. And you must, in the industry, we must be friend with others. And there's no company that we need to take it as a rival. Yeah, because the data in Malaysia is hard, especially in book industry. It's so hard to gather, because this is business, and if one company discovers some genre or book category that is on demand, they will not share it with us if we are not their friend. So be friend with others. There's no rival. Yeah, I said it before. And be human. Just and one thing, try to explore Wattpad, yeah, webtoon. But in the end of the day, you need to publish it as a physical books, because even though they have read it online, they want to keep it as a collection, and that's how you make money.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Puan Husna. How about you, Puan Noraniza? What would you advise to the future journalists out there that is really eager to write something, to be those who want to venture into the industry? What are your advice?
My first advice is be flexible, adapt to the change fast. I mean, like, even though you are in advertising or publishing or in broadcasting, you need to be flexible to venture into digital literacy in your scope of job. So you have to be, know on how to do your work. I mean, like advertising, publishing, but you have to know how to ensure that your work is like exists in the digital world. So because the digital world is very promising, you know, in which that everyone consume digital content, and in a way, like I said before, the digital media shouldn't kill other industry, but it will coexist, it will come together. And because of it, you have to be the one who consume digital content often, and be well versed with digital terms like SEO, data, and then algorithm. So, and although that those things are like changing quite often, but at least you have a basic knowledge on how to, put your expertise into digital. And then I think for those who upcoming writers, you have to create network, communicate with, citizen, and then be a people person, because once you're journalist, you have to be talkative, you have to be out there and speak to people, and be one of them, be a voice for the people to, to see what is the both side of the story. So, and then like you have to prepare yourself, when I mean like mental and physical, don't be fragile, because media is not, is really got constant changing. So um let's say if your superior asks you to do this, to learn this, to adapt this, you have to be flexible to that thing, and try to, look forward on how not to only be a journalist, but to how to market your product into digital platform. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Panor and Niza. I think that's it all. And thank you for all this fruitful sharing session with a lot of our successful and experienced figures that we have here. I think let's moving on to our Q&A sessions. I can see there's a few questions in the private chat. Okay, shall we start with the first question? Okay, so the first question: digitalization grows already established and big brands. How about survival of small enterprises, as digitalization sometimes resulted in acquisition of small enterprises by those powerful big shops? And I think any panels would are welcome to jump.
I think I've made this point earlier. Yes, the bigger boys will always get bigger, but I think in the pandemic, sometimes they get lost also and disappear totally, like Kodak and all these things, right? Because they don't evolve. But like I said earlier, right, digitalization actually helped a lot of SMEs lately, especially during the MCO. Like, Grab and a lot of brands actually allows like these small brands. If without digitalization, they have no channel actually to make their product available to the audience. So it is important for the big boys. It is important for the smaller guys as well. Actually, I don't know if that. I think that's evident enough, right, on how digitalization actually helped everyone, and actually especially the smaller guys to stay afloat.
All right. Okay. I hope that answers. So for those who answer the questions. So next question is: with more citizen journalists emerging, doesn't that somehow causes competition in terms of information consumption by the public? It's more focusing on new media rather than the mainstream. What is your thought? I suppose this question is to our journalists out here. What's your comment?
Okay, I think I've made a point
Mhm.
earlier. I think like I said before, is shouldn't be like competitive because whatever posted in the social media is maybe not really accurate. I mean, like those each story, every story got two side of at least two side of angle or thought. I mean, like if let's say someone posted something in social media, but we don't know how accurate it is, and then that's the where the journalists will come to to check the to fact check to check the accuracy, to check the truthfulness of the full story. So I don't think it like causes like a lot of competition. It's just give such a scoop for those story, but the additional information will be further elaborate by journalists.
Right. That's. I think you brought that issue previously. How about the next question, please? I think we have quite a lot here. Okay. Next question. What does IAR 4.0 introduce to the industry in terms of challenges? This is quite tough. Any panel are welcome to answer the question.
Hi, very interesting, very good question, because a
Mm.
lot of us don't know. Okay, because the application is a problem. Okay, what does IRR 4.0 introduce to industry in terms of challenges? Yeah, I 4.0, now we're going into 5.0 already. 4.0 is about big data. Already mentioned, Surya already has got his point of view on big data. It's about AI. It's about robotics. It's about Internet of Things, blockchain and crypto and everything else. There's so many things that we have to catch up. There's so many things people talk about but not action, basically. There are certain things that are already here, but we need to utilize, basically. I think I would like to bounce the same thing that Surya already said in terms of big data. How do you use it? Yes, it is very important, even though it's history, but history will form a pattern in terms of what type of consumer you are, in terms of how do you move next. Is provide you the platform in terms of from here, where do we go? And how do we communicate with them, basically? And the technology will also give you a direction in terms of where are we going next. You know, what is going to happen to AI? Is it going to take over? What happened to robotics? They're going to take over human? That's why 5.0 comes in. Because, wait a minute, we don't want everything to be machine. Let's work together. You know, let's be inclusive. Humans has got a role here. You know, those things. You know, so those are the kind of technologies that I mentioned earlier in terms of how do we pick and use it so that we can understand better for our purpose in terms of communicating with other consumers creatively. Creativity is human. AI cannot do that. You know, big data cannot do that. Big data can give information for you to pick up and be creative. You know, creativity is the one thing which 5.0 ka 6.0 ka cannot deliver. That's human. Okay, so that's how I see in terms of as long as we can stick to this, that focus on the strength of human being, IR berapa puluh pun, we will still survive. That's how
If
that's what I think.
if I may add on, I guess in the sense of challenges for the industry, for example, it's good, you have all this technology, but you have to remember with the IR4 or IR5, we know for a fact the changes are getting faster. So let's say, for example, music scheduling. At one point, it's all about RCS, radio computing system is where we do our music scheduling. But within 6 months to a year, you have Delta, you have so many other software, being introduced to us. So that is something that is really a challenge, because from there you need to really study and to see what kind of technology that you would want to go for the next 6 months to a year, the investment, the readiness of your team to be trained and such and everything. And also another thing is to really to see what kind of technology that can last you long, rather than to keep on changing for the next 6 months, 1 year to 2 years. And yes, creativity is also one thing, because at the end of the day, what kind of creativity that you can actually what do you call it, work together between two parties, the technology and also human. SOP and also business module might change every now and then as well, because you're embarking into all these new things introduced or under IR4 and RI5. That's how I see it and what I've experienced over the last 5 to 10 years. You're mute. Zaro, you're mute.
Always, really. I think we have the following questions regarding IR 4.0. Next question is, okay, is Malaysia actually prepared for IR 4.0, knowing that most of our systems are challenged? For example, Astrobanica registrations or the recent Besaman discount. Any thoughts?
The first line I already answered. The second line is politics. I don't want to get involved.
But I think it's more on the systematic that we wanted to highlight lah, kan? But not on
it's
the
the
touching
system.
on the
It's
issue.
just like I said. How
Betul,
do we
betul.
adapt with the system? The technology is there. Sometimes the technology is based on the expertise to be able to adapt it. Sometimes it's based on the budget, whether we can pay for it. To be able to adapt the technology. That has to work together. If it is the government system, the government have to do something with it. If it is a company, if you have the money, do it. Basically, yeah. So a lot of things, information are free now. You Google, you panggil whatever lah. So pandai-pandai lah. Okay.
Okay, I think we cover quite a lot of the questions and the insights that the audience have. I think that's all. Once we answer all the questions, it should be okay. And thank you to all the panels today. And now I will pass the floor back to our MC. Over to you, Shazwan. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you to our moderator, Zaro Natasha, for the very smooth session, as well as our honorable speakers, Husna Adnan, Suryadi Purasale, Nur Aniza Azmi, Shukri Rifai, and Anida Muhammad Tarim for the interesting sharing session. I bet it was a very helpful session for all our audience out there. Well, this marks the end of our first session. We hope that our first session was very interesting, and it will definitely this energy will be definitely bringing it forward to our second session. So before we take a break, I would like to remind everyone that our next session shall resume at 2 p.m. Stay tuned. Thank you. second session. I hope you had a very eventful rest this afternoon. Okay, before we begin, I would like to remind everyone of some housekeeping matters of the YouTube session. Throughout the session, one of our staff members will be managing the chat functionality. Therefore, you may enter your question and comments in the chat box throughout the presentation. However, please be reminded that we would most likely go through your questions near the end of the session. Okay, now I would like to pass the forum session to Noor Ain Hazirah binti Zamli as the second moderator for today's forum. Please welcome.
Hello, good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, everyone. For the second session of the day, I am Ain Hazia, or known as Hazi, your moderator for this evening to talk about what behold ahead for us. So, in this session, we will go in depth about the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on our industry and technological development, and in what ways could media and communication graduates equip themselves with new skills to adapt to the impact mentioned. Okay, for today, we are very honored to have Puanku Alia Kuzari, Cikgu Alia Kuzari, also Cik Fatima Azhani Idris. Cikgu Alia, hi. Also, we would like to honor to welcome Cik Fatima Azhani Idris.
Hi, hello
Also,
everyone.
Cik Diana Shafika.
Hi everyone. Hello.
And also Encik Saiful Adli.
Hi everyone. Good afternoon.
And also Encik Muhammad Nasr Faiz Abu Azhar, or known as Faiz Diki.
Hello
Hi
everyone.
everyone.
Hello.
Thank you
Hello.
for your making time. Okay, before that, let me introduce you guys first. Okay, so for the first panel is Cik Diana Shafika, work as Human Resources at Nestle Manufacturing Sdn Berhad. Hi Cik Diana Shafika.
Hi
Okay.
Hazi. Thank you for having me.
The second one is Cik Fatima Idris, Puan Fatima Idris, and working as Senior Executive Shopper Consumer Engagement Department at Nestle Manufacturing Sdn Berhad. Hi, welcome. Thank you for your time for today.
Thank you. An honor
And
to be here.
also, hi, okay, and also Cikgu Alia, as Strategic Human Capital Leadership and Governance at Southeast Asian Central Bank. Welcome.
Hello, hi Hazi and everyone. Thank you for having me here.
Okay, no, and then we welcome Faiz Diki as a content creator or social media influencer. Hi.
Hi, Assalamualaikum.
Also, the next one, we would like to welcome Cik Saiful Adli as a multimedia designer. Hi, Cik Saiful Adli.
Hi.
Okay. Okay, so let's start our forum for today. Okay, for today, we would like to discuss more about how do you see the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on our industry and technological development, and also in what ways could media and communication graduates equip themselves with new skills to adapt to the impact nowadays mentioned as a COVID-19 pandemic. And also, we would like to discuss more what are the possibilities of having new job creation in the industry in this pandemic. So before that, we would like to first question to Puan Nur Dayana Shafika will take the lead in sharing her expertise on the skills
Yes.
she used in her role as a human resources executive with 5 years of experience at a large company, Nestle. Hi, hi, Diana.
Hi Hazi. Okay, thank you for the question. Okay,
Okay.
because I was starting with Nestle as an intern before, so intern and I stay and absorb to until my career composition. So what I see is that the skill that been set in the subjects that we have in CMP 248 for communication and management policy, they are all tallied aligned and updated as per the industry required. So I still remember when I was with few tasks that I've been assigned to, and the tasks related to the subjects that have been taught by Dr. Yuslinda, Dr. Alam, Senazri, Madam Atika. So I was smiling because I said to myself, "This I learned this before. CMP 248 teach me before. We have the theories already, and we have the assessment before. So when I apply that in my working environment, as such as for the internal communication, for negotiation between stakeholders, they are all equipped and been, I would say, the cost it's really make me well equipped to start my journey because Nestle, as I said, I was intern with Nestle, so it is the baby step for me, and the baby steps comes with the knowledge given by the UiTM Masscomm in the CMP 248. Yeah.
Okay, such a very good experience that we will talk.
Yes.
At first, I would like to ask if you guys hear me clearly.
Yes, we do hear you clearly.
Yeah, right? Okay.
Yes, we
Yeah.
Okay,
can.
so Cik Diana, were there any additional skills that you had to learn from the first-hand expertise on your job instead?
Okay, of course, learning the business, especially when we enter the industry, what we learn in the textbooks, in the assessment, it was all a theoretical, and then we adapt it to the world of working. I would say understand and diffuse into the world of the business equipment is really important. So I add on the skills in terms of the using the softwares as well as the um, enhancing the communication between one another in the internal communication between in the employees to staff, because in HR we connect with people every single day, be it on Skype, on Teams, or even WhatsApp or emails especially. So the skills that adapted from the learning subjects that I learned from the university, that's what I enhance when I learn and adapt in the company. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Cik Diana, for
Welcome.
the sessions and for the sharing.
Mm-hmm.
Might not I would like to ask to Ku Aya. Okay. Yeah,
Yes.
since what are some of the significant experience that you encounter while working in the Southeast Asian Central Bank Research and Training Center, since you are from a CIT background?
Okay, thank you for the question. Okay, first of all, my company name is quite long, right? Southeast Asia Central Banks for Research and Training Center, but you can call it as CSAN. We known as CSAN. CSAN Center is the actually I never know that this company we have this company before. This company is like a training hub for central banks for their human capital growth, and also as a research and training center as well. So the significant experience that I encountered while working in from CSAN, I never thought that I have this kind of experience, that I don't have it in anywhere else before in my previous company that I work with. We have like the most value is like we expose with the high levels positions, such as governors, assistant governors from Asian countries, especially in Southeast Asia, as well as we do exchange ideas, knowledge, skills with different like for example like with IMF, ADB, like all other financial constitutional in New Zealand, Japan, and everything. So when and then to relate with CIT, since when we learn in instructional and training, um actually, like, it's really good. I have this basic foundation from CIT. And then when we emerge, because this company is more on training in developing human capital in for employees, and also for to make it better and everything. So I feel like it's really helped me when I learned so much from Miss Madam Azima Azman, and then Sir Anwar Ali, and then Dr. Mayu Dia, and then some other rest of the lecturers, and like in instructional and training, we most likely design the modules. We most design the modules, and then do the training, engage with people to make people more understand what's the topic, what is the instructional goals and everything. So when in the financial hub, this is the one to make sure, like, the topic is the financial related to capital, related to central banking industry. But we as a CIT people, like, first of all, you need to decide which area that you like, okay, you have been equipped as a CIT students, right? So which of the area of this that you like you like more on entertainment area, like, or you like more in financial area, or you like more in like any F&B area, hotelier, and everything. From there, you can equip yourself. You can embark yourself to be more like mold yourself to be more on that industry that you want to work with. So for me, since before this in diploma, I was in accountancy. So my tendency to be involved in financial industry is really high. So after I grad in instructional design training, I've been in hospitality industry. I've been a hotelier before, and I'm in the human capital training. I'm my audience will be the employees. I need to train the employees with the existing module that we have. Okay, in UiTM, when we learn in CIT, we learn about AD model and everything, like to make a module, right? But when you go to industry, we are more on we're not going to make a module like from scratch. We're going to have an existing module that the company already have, like they already have been practiced. So with the knowledge that we have, we just want to enhance their module to make it better. Like it every year, the industry will evolve, right? Like it will change every single thing, the technology, and the understanding, the generation. We need to make like a pinpoint of this kind of things, and then only we can make a good module, so that our audience will be understand better. And then that is what I think about the significant experience that I have while working in CSAN and also other industry.
All right, so it's a kind of interesting experience. So from the CIT background, becoming one of the trainings, so the modules, making a modules and everything. So
Yeah.
cool, Arya. I would like to ask if uh, in relation your experience on becoming a human resource development and talent management, is there any differences working around right now is the pandemic COVID-19, and then
Yes.
from the office setup, physical working to the right now online, what is the differences? Any stark differences or any challenges that you are having right now?
Okay, thank you, Hazi. All right. In CSAN, like in my current company, which is CSAN, we are most likely doing trainings for central banks. We need to go to the country itself. Like they will take turns. Who's the host bank? Like all the central banks, we have 19 members under CSAN, 19 member central bank under CISA, including Bank Negara Malaysia. So they will take turns to host the program, to host the training. And then so we need to physically be there, the senior analysts and also the directors, they need to be there. And also for me, I think it's not really having a big impact on this, because mostly I will, if necessary I need to be there, then only I will be there, I will follow them. But most of the time I will be doing remotely, like to engage with the participants for the program. So and then this pandemic, it's to be honest, it's hard for everyone, right? So it's hard for every industry. So to make it, you like the company, in order to the company to make people like, okay, you can work in to normalize this different to normalize the new norm, like we need to have some trust with our employees. We need to have some trust, respect each other, because everyone have their own responsibility, right? So when it comes to this, like, okay, for example, we and also it's favored to have a flexibility regarding on okay, sometimes some of people, like they are single and then they need to take care of the parents, and then some of them, they are married with small kids, and then both of them is working, husband and wife. So we need to have this flexibility in the company, so that we can, okay, at least at as long as the goal, which is to complete the task on the certain period, the employees meet the deadline, and then the outcome is high satisfaction, means that the outcome of the work is good, then the quality of work is good, then I think it's okay for us to like it's just like when we are in the office, like it's and also when we do this survey regarding on working from home, we found that most of the people, like they found that it's more balanced while working from home, rather than work in office, like work life balance. And then some of them, they feel like they work more efficiently because we give them time, like for the to complete the task. So sometimes not all people can work in a very in the morning. Sometimes not people, everyone is a morning person. Sometimes they are more like efficient when they are working at night or working afternoon. So when we give this flexibility among the people, among the employee, and then it turns out it's more effective and efficient. Yeah.
All right, so I think your working situation in COVID-19 pandemic is very good efficient, since you guys have a efficient working, and challenges is uh accepted, and everything is going good great at season, right?
Yeah, we just need
Okay,
to
so
go
would
with the
like
flow,
to
right?
point to Fatima.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Right, so uh, I'd like to approach to Fatima in interpersonal communication. might come off as something easy to take on. But I'm sure this field of communication requires a lot of skills to be learned. What helps you to execute and perform well in this field, especially specifically in the shopper consumer engagement department?
Thank you very much, Hazi. Can you hear me well? Okay, cool. Yeah, before I answer the question, if I may just echo what Ko Alia said just now about flexibility, I think if that's one thing that the pandemic has taught us is that we can work anywhere as long as we are productive, and I do believe in that. So flexibility in workplace is the way to go. Right, so I'll move on to the question that was pointed towards me earlier. Yeah, so my department in Nestle is a bit long, shopper consumer engagement department. And unlike Diana, my colleague here from Nestle as well, she has been in the company for 5 years. So I didn't start as an intern in Nestle. I did my internship in Coca-Cola, another FMCG, F&B company. And after Coca-Cola, I joined Nestle as management trainee. So they have this management training program for 2 years where you can join and then you would rotate department before you find a department that you we can jive with and you're interested in. So me being from interpersonal communication background from UiTM, so I think a lot of the subject that we took, I love it. Thanks to all the lecturers back then, Dr. Masila, no, Professor Masila, Madam Yati Baba, Madam Shayu, thank you very much. I think interpersonal communication in UiTM really give this balance between theory and also practical. So it's not just, you just study, you answer exam questions, and then you're off. No, your degree actually means that you have a good balance of understanding the theory and also practical, because there are a lot of events that you have to manage. Subject like public advocacy, publicity and events management, all those subjects I realized when I start working, it actually train you to deal with stakeholder, which is what I'm doing now. So in my role currently, be it big event, if you're familiar with Milo Breakfast Day, something Nestle is very much well known for. So big events like that, or even the smaller ones that you see on when you go to any retailer, for example like Lotus or Aeon, you see all the roadshow. So a lot of people are involved in making that happen. Our brand team, and also my department, also our sales team, and also our agency. And you realize that you need to be able to manage stakeholder well, because how do you convince people to give you budget to conduct this event? And these are all the things that I realized that I've learned actually during my interpersonal communication, and great support from lecturers because they are very open even back then. For example, we would deal with a lot of, I think when we were a student, we didn't get that much budget lah, to be honest, right? So we would go to all these agency or government or non-government for sponsorship. And that's when you learn lah from your lecturer, like, what should I present to them? How do I communicate my project in the sense that that we get the buy-in from that. So yeah, that's what I learned the most. And also the second point would be in terms of planning, because my title is a planner for events. So I think that's a very good quote that say that if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Very cliche, but I think that's also very true. Something that you learn while taking exam as well. You have a lot of courses every single semester, so you learn to plan your time well. And last but not least is to be agile lah, because we are in a VUCA world. So the situation will just change, like all of them mentioned earlier. So yeah, that's about it from me.
Yeah, I think planning is also one of the most important thing. Okay. Also, Fatima, I would like in terms of your position, are there any challenges to the job that often overlooked by the outsiders, or that are commonly talked about?
Okay, in terms of planning for activation, we call it, or events, when everything is fine and dandy, it's okay because you know what to expect already. So you plan it from A to Z, and you have your steps. But when something unexpected like COVID-19 happened, end of 2019 and early 2020, I still remember at that time our Nestle headquarters, Diana will be very familiar, is at Surian Tower. Now we already moved to One Powerhouse Bandar Utama. So back then I still remember when the first news of COVID-19 hit Malaysia, I was with my team, with my head of department, with my line manager. We were discussing about an event that was about to happen. And then suddenly, like someone came to us like, "Hey, have you guys checked the news?" I'm like, "Oh, what happened?" And it was evening and it was raining at that time, if I'm not mistaken. And I still remember vividly how we had to change, like, oh, because it's a big company, a lot of level of hierarchy involved, and you have to hold your planning for a bit, and then you need to communicate to all your stakeholders like, oh, this can't happen because of this. But if this can't happen, what can we do after that? So yeah, I mean, when everything is fine, then it's okay. But when something like that happens, we call it a crisis lah. And I think I wouldn't call it a challenge. I mean, it is a challenge, but it's also an opportunity lah, because you learn to think on your feet and what else can you do the next step. Thank you. Back to you, Haziq.
Yeah, I think it's kind of crisis when the pandemic COVID-19 hit us because I would like to because as you guys know, I'm currently studying in China when the COVID-19 having in China is still in China, but I haven't returned back to the Malaysia. But Alhamdulillah, I managed to come back before the lockdown in China. But at that point, Malaysia doesn't have a COVID-19 and one case and doesn't have any one case. After 1 month, I come back, then the Malaysia is locked down. So, uh, going back to the topic. Okay. Like I would like to ask to Adli. Okay, Adli, are you ready? Okay,
All
so
right, I'm
in
ready.
relation to the COVID-19 outbreak in the country, how would you compare the film industry and new media industry survival during the pandemic? Are there any differences? Because as when COVID-19 pandemic come, we cannot shoot anything, we cannot go out, the lockdown and everything. Any stark differences between that?
All right. First of all, thank you, Aziz. And I would like to thank the organizer as well for inviting me. And it is such an honor for me to be here. Okay. Right. To answer the question, yes, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic have affect the film industry and also the new media industry as well, and it affects it really really bad. And there is a huge difference between before COVID-19 strikes in and after the COVID-19 strikes in. And I'm sure not only our industry being affected, but also other industry as well. And some of them are even worse. And in the film industry, it has been a very challenging journey throughout the pandemic because it affects the whole production process uh, in a lot of aspects, as we have three stages in creating our products, which is the pre-production, the production, and the post-production. And all of these three stages are becoming harder to execute than usual, and it requires more time to complete that stage. So basically in the pre-production, we will face the problem like in terms of location scouting, since before we want to do the production, we have to find a specific location for our scene. So mostly we have to do the scene in the studio rather than outdoor location. So because people are worried about the virus being spread if we rent the location at the outdoor. So this thing where it limits our idea and creativity actually. And not only that, during the early pandemic, we can feel that our work are becoming less efficient, as there are so many restrictions that we have to obey the rules, especially during onset that the government have set for the production. So we have to do swab tests every time we went on set. Um, I can say like many times. Sometimes I feel like I cannot feel my nose. So that's one thing that really really I think annoying actually, because every time we want to do shooting, we have to do swab test. So plus we have to apply a very strict SOP, such as the preparation of face shield, hand sanitizer, and the labeling for social distancing, and it increased the production budget. So we cannot estimate the actual budget for the production, because sometimes there will be a crew that have the close contact issues, uh, and then with all the SOP, sometimes it drags our project timeline and affect the quality and uh, the outcome of our product as well, being affected. And besides that, the survival journey, our crew, especially some of my senior that focus on this freelancing, that 100% depending on the film industry, even got mental health issues because of this. When there is some projects that have to be cancelled and postponed frequently, some of them have to let go of their passion and do other side jobs to survive, because mostly they have family to feed, so they have to do Grab or Food Panda or other side businesses to survive. And some of them even sell their equipment uh, to survive in the pandemic. However, it is slightly different towards the new media industry, because it's still being affected, but not as much as the film industry. And we can say that the new media industry are being affected positively, because it grow much more better than before the outbreak. Because the new media industry are mostly depending on the on the online platform, and of course, there is no COVID in digital world in the online platform. So the pre-production also can be done online rather than we have to go to the office and discuss. And we started to utilize all the online platforms. The data storage, we use G Drive, and also it helps a little bit our workflow as well. And not only that, the freelancing website also, such as Fiverr, if you ever had that, freelancer.com, Upwork, and other websites freelancing have tons of jobs to offer during the pandemic for the new media industry. And the best part is this is the things that I think worth for sharing, which is we have NFT. If you NFT stand for non-fungible token. All right, so which is it have the same program like cryptocurrency, like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and with NFT we can sell and buy digital products with it, such as animated GIF, songs, video games, even online characters, avatar. And you can find the platform if you want to know the more about it. You can try to go to www.pentas.io.com. You can sell a lot of your artwork there. So many animators and graphic designers have started to sell their masterpiece there. So if you have your 3D model or design, you can sell it, right? And then however, both industry, film and new media, are getting stronger, I think, and they have evolving despite of this pandemic, as they are realizing what are they lack of, so they have adapt to the changes. All right, thank you. That's all for me.
Yeah, I think there's many platforms and you guys Adli having so much trouble. You guys can shoot outside because of the COVID-19, and also you guys have creativity to come up with new things on when having a COVID-19 in your sectors. Might be I would like to ask to Adli, based on your working experience. You have been part of projects where you manage content for an organization social media. How would you describe an organization dependency on this platform?
All right, in my opinion, social media is really important towards an organization, and it is a must for a company to have their own social media platform. This is because when people want to know about an organization or a company, they will definitely search for that company's social media at the first place. like such as their Facebook, their Instagram, uh, their YouTube channel, and it's like an identity card for a company nowadays, where we can get all those information just by stalking through their social media. And from the social media itself, the company will portray their credibility throughout their posting and gain trust from the people out there. And that probably be their future client. And that is why many organizations are willing to to maintain their social media platform. And the best part is social media platform will never stop. Like people use it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and have becoming a medium for them to gain more clients, and of course increasing their sales, plus to increase their brand image as well. And they can come out with various of marketing strategy to boost their social media platform and make people notice their presence in that platform. Besides that, dependency of organization towards social media is because social media is where the organization provides customer service and resolve any concern from their prospect. If maybe if someone have anything to ask, they just find the social media and ask about what they want to know about the company, and we surely ask them through social media as it more easier. On the other hand, it really helps an organization to share more knowledge with the public, and the public will get benefit from it. At the same time, they can nurture their business and be noticeable, not only in the local area but also worldwide, because there is no boundaries when it comes to social media. Lastly, it also helps in recruiting new talent or team members for the organization, not only on selling products, and that is where they make connection towards the public. So the company can be close with the public with social media. Thank you.
So, Adli said that social media dependency is more current, even though the brand or the local brand, uh, something products, they need to depend on the social media because they're branding and also on. So I think social media is more near to Faiz. So would like to ask Faiz Diki, social media is your main channel to showcase your creativity and content creation since you are content creator. So how do you see this path as a future career? How do you come with an idea to become a content creator?
Alright, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to say thank you so much for having me today. And of course, I would like to congratulate Faculty of Communication and Media Studies for its 50th birthday. So it's truly an honor to be part of it, in fact. To those who are not really familiar with who I am, my name is Muhammad Nasr Faiz bin Abazal, also known as Faiz Diki. I was a student back in 2006, I did diploma in mass communication, and then I continued my studies in advertising for my degree. And then after that, I pursued a master in digital media in University of Sussex, United Kingdom. All right, so that's a little bit about who Faiz Diki is. Now, circling back to your question, being a social media influencer and taking that into a career, um, first of all, a lot of people have been asking me like, what's so great about being a social media influencer, right? Of course, it has a lot of perks. You get to travel a lot. You get a lot of free stuff. You get to meet a lot of amazing people, from celebrities to ministers. In fact, a few years ago, I had a chance to have a very intimate round table discussion with our ex Prime Minister, Datuk Sri Najib, to discuss about social media, to talk about tourism and so on. So this is something that not a lot of people have the opportunity to do. So it's cool. And then for me, the best part of being a social media influencer is you get to do a lot of social work as well. I've always been passionate about helping people, doing a lot of charity works and so on. So it's a very good feeling for for someone who is some people might say that only famous on social media, manage to get out there and help people. Right. Just to share a story. Recently I went to this place called Alo Lempah. I'm not sure whether you guys are familiar with that place. It's in Kuala Kubu Baru in Hulu Selangor. So I was told that before I went there, the place was quite dead. Nobody really go there to have a picnic and so on. But after I go there, and I after I posted it online on my social media platform, suddenly it blew up. A lot of people went there, having a good time and so on. So on one hand, it's good that I'm promoting that place, but of course, when there's a lot of people going there, there's a lot of trash as well. So when you see online, I've been having a lot of these comments blaming me that, oh, Faiz Diki, you're the reason why Alul Lempah is now filled with all this trash and so on. So I went there one more time, this time again with a bunch of my followers, which I call village people, and we did a small gotong royong to clean up the place. And somehow our effort was, it was noticed by the authority. And recently, about last week, they had this program called Cintai Sungai Selangor, where they created a community or a special task force to actually take care of the place. So what I'm trying to say is, just from one little post online, it could snowball into something bigger and something beneficial to the society. All right. So for me, that's the best part of being a social media influencer, where you manage to actually influence people to do something. All right. And that being said, all right, circling back to your question, social media influencer as a career, yes, go for it. I'm all for it. As we see that, especially in this current climate that where everything is done digitally and everything is all about social media and so on, right? Go for it. If you see that is one particular area that you like and you think that you can strive and make it as a career, then go for it. However, I have to remind that it's not all unicorns and rainbows. It's a lot of hard work. What you see, all the perks, the fun stuff is only the tip of the iceberg. You have to put in a lot of hard work in order for you to be a successful social media influencer. So I always encourage all these younger generations. If you think that you want to be a social media influencer, go for it. But you have to bear in mind the repercussions, the consequences, the hardships that might come after you carry that name of being a social media influencer.
So I think I also watch your charity works at Alo Lembah. It's
Thank you.
very good work and aspiring charities, since the authorities from the place also coming and join you guys, and also you guys have a one agency, like I don't know that the helpers on the weekend are gonna watch out the locations and so on,
Yes.
and it's a good opportunities. And I know that future career on social media influencer or content creator, I could say the Faiz Diki as a content creator also.
Could be
uh
both. Yeah.
and I would like to ask to Faiz, I would like to ask the fact is, might be there are tons of social media influencer or content
Yeah.
creator in Malaysia. What are your differences? What are your specialties? What come you more sees that fame or more like delight from the others? What are the
Oh,
differences?
okay.
What makes people want to see you other than the influencers or the content creator?
All right. I don't think I'm the best person to answer this question because people might think that I'm just gonna took my own horn kan. Nanti orang kata perasan pula. But then from what I have been told, a lot of my followers, which I call village people, I don't really call them followers. I call my followers village people. What they like about my contents, about my stuff is that most of my contents are relatable, something that they see and then they can feel sort of like, oh, this is something that I actually do. All right, so this is what most of my followers said lah. Basically, they like how relatable it is, and then I think if I were to ask that question, what sets me apart from the rest? I think it's I try whatever I do, like whatever content that I produce, I try to put in a little bit of knowledge, a little bit of information, right? Because I don't want my videos to be just about entertainment. All right, you can get that anywhere. But what I'm trying to do with my content, my platform is whenever people see my videos, my content, they get to get a little bit of information, a little bit of knowledge out of it. I think that's the best part of being an influencer. It's not just about entertaining. Yes, you can entertain people all, what in whatever you do or whatever you want, but then it's your responsibility as well to at least give them something from your content. I think that's the most important thing. And I think this is where education comes in. All right. I was lucky enough to be part of our wonderful faculty, communication and media studies. So um, I have to say that education is very important. All right, being a social media influencer, you don't want to be labeled as that one person who does, parody videos, all these funny videos, but people don't get anything out of it, right? So being a social media influencer, education is very important. I always encourage those younger people that who want to follow my footsteps as a social media influencer to prioritize education. All right. You don't want I'm sure you have heard of this line. Don't make stupid people famous. Have you heard that line? Right? So this is something that I will always take personally, right? Because I don't want people to label all these social media influencers of being stupid. So what we can do as a social media influencer is equip ourselves with knowledge. And another thing that you have to remember that social media is not permanent. It doesn't secure, it doesn't provide you security. All right, so one day you might be the most famous guy in social media, but the next day someone else will take over your place. So you have to prioritize education, because education would be your safety net. Right? This is what I did actually back in 2018. I was, I'm not going to say at the peak of my career, but I was doing okay in terms of social media. I was still getting jobs. I still, get invited to all these events. But one day I just realized that, okay, what am I going to do with my life? Is this social media? Is this something that I'm going to do forever? No. So I decided to venture out and be a lecturer at a local private university. And I spent my time about 1 year there as a lecturer teaching Masscomm as well. So it was a great experience for me. I get to do both social media as well as teaching, because I've always been passionate about teaching. I love sharing ideas, sharing knowledge to people. So what's the best way for me to do it is being a lecturer. So yes, of course, I think that what makes me, a little bit different from the rest of the influencers, which I think on one part, I do all my social media as well, but there's another part of Faiz Diki who is a little bit more, I'm not going to say educated, but a little bit more equipped with knowledge and everything. And I'm willing to share to a lot of people. And yes, I'm actually very interested to become a lecturer again one day. So perhaps if you guys have any thought of me being a lecturer, please let me know.
Wow, it's a new for me to know that Faiz is actually a lecturer.
Yeah.
Ah, I I think it's a very, very new for me. This is a new information for me since I follow Faiz for a long time also. Since a village people from from the water village people until now. So would like to congratulate you for becoming a
Thank you.
lecturer, and also I might say that might be a social media content creator or influencer is not uh, a stable job, or it's not is not a future coming, a long job to be coming. But I think Faiz also giving back to the community is good enough. And also having charity works and also and so on. It's a good things that Faiz doing right now. Okay,
Thank you.
so I would like to ask to Puan Diana, since COVID-19 having right now, what your different working experiences from office and also right now, is it any virtual working or something you would like to share with us, your working experience since the COVID pandemic right now, or it's
Okay.
becoming same with Fatima? What differences?
Okay, thank you for the question, Hazi. Of course, for this pandemic, as I want to echo some of the wording from Fatima when she said that on the March 2020, we are having the next event, a big event, and everything poof difference. So it does make difference. I mean, a lot to every sector, especially one. And for me, in terms of the hiring processes, we used to have the interview face to face. We call the candidates and we ask them to come to our office for a session of the one of the two stages for the session. We used to do it before, but right now your resume is your ID. Why I say it so? Because the filtration, taking care of the one page of the wording and your face on it, on your CV and on your resume, we have to do that first thing impression first, and then we proceed with the next level, which is only that we go for the virtual one. Okay, so as I said just now, we used to have it face to face. Now it's virtual. So another set of, I would say, a challenge for the people to be interviewed online, because for face to face we have the connection of like human touch. I see your eyes and my eyes. I see how you react um, lively. But on virtual, you might be only wearing half formal and the bottom only you know what you are, right? So that's in terms of the attire, and in terms of the content that you need to present to the interviewer, to the recruiter, you must have the everything, all it takes during this interview, because that is might be the only chance that you have, the only chance that you have. So I believe that in terms of the HR recruiting process, it really taking consider of the screening from the resume and then the stage of the interview that we do online. Because I would say after March 2020, we don't even have anyone coming to the office, because for the HR recruiting process, we have to HQ people, while the people that's a part of the hiring process that we do. A bit, I would say it's not a bit. Most of the things is different, and that is the part of the staging of the in the recruitment. So after we hire the person, the laptops, the onboarding, we are back to square one of online. You know your line manager first from screen. You don't meet them first, and then let's say for the goodies for the onboarding, we send to the new staffs. We don't just hand in like previously. So some of the cases that we have staffs that after endemic phase, which is now October this year, right, 2021, she was hired last year. She met her boss only this year, October 2021. It's been a year, like physically meet up. So I think it's a part of the challenge that we are having. But even though it's a different medium, but the business goes on, and how that's how HR taking care of the things that used to be very conventional, very, I would say, lively, but now it's between me, you, and the screen. So that's about it, Hazi.
Yeah, it's a very big differences between working on office and then coming to the pandemic. You haven't meet your colleagues for a year, So it's very challenging. I might want to know how about the communication flow? Communication flow. How is it? Is it going okay with this current pandemic? You haven't meet your colleagues or your workers. How come you communicate? Is it okay for the communication flow in your department? Also,
Okay.
what happened?
Okay, interesting. Thank you for the question, Hazi. Okay, so basically, after this pandemic happens, I believe your Skype status, your team status would be your new WhatsApp last seen, because people will be trying to reach you whenever you are in the status of available, because they know that's how they reach you. Previously, they can just come to your workstation, to your cubicle, and say, "Yeah, I need this. We need to discuss." But right, right now, it's really depending on the details like that, to the statuses, so that from there we can communicate. So in terms of the communication between the employees and with be it with vendors as well, we communicate on WhatsApp, on emails, on Teams, like like people. Even though previously we have a counter employees that is, I would say, she is not very well with Teams and Google Meets, macam apa tu, like, because of the age barrier, right? But with this pandemic happen, even the workers 50 years, 49 years, they know already that, okay, I have to be online. I need to be online. So to the fact of like that. So also in arranging the COVID-19 cases, or I would say how we handle the saliva test, the PCR test. Right now, for Nestle, for the ones who are working from home remotely, we encourage them to pick up, or we delivered the test kit to their home. So, in a weekly basis, we know their health status in a frequent manner. For the ones who are working in manufacturing, like my side, because Fatima, she's working remotely. Somehow she will come to office in 3 days in 1 week. But for manufacturing side, we're working every day, because Nestle is one of the FMCG that is very essential for the people to eat Maggie, to drink Milo, to have Nescafe every morning. I quote one wording from Sir Anwar. He would say, "Wake up and smell the coffee." So yeah, we need that kind of essentialities that we give to the people around Malaysia, and of course, let's say Malaysia, we produce for Indonesia and other countries like Australia as well. So with that being said, we communicate to the people on WhatsApp. For people on the line, we rely on WhatsApp, not very much on emails. So we tell them, okay, we have the session of the RTK for your department on Monday, this timing. So please come and do. And only after you comply all the SOP COVID-19, then only you can come to the factory. Because again, um, food is the first thing that connect with the people in a way that very need to be taken care, very strict, because it comes to your body straight away. So in terms of that, Nestle being very particular, very strict on this implementation. So in HR, we encourage people to always be transparent with their health status, especially now we can cross state already. So all those SOPs must be taken care of. So in HR, from the HR side, for informing people, internal communication between one another, it must be clear, and we make it with the usage of WhatsApp and Teams, and as well as the emails for the white collar employees. That's all from me, Hazi.
So quite interesting with the flow communication, since you guys won't have a food department. So you guys, I remember that Sir Anwar quote that wake up every morning and smell the coffee. All right. Okay. Would like to ask to Diana also, since in this is concerned that the job in the field of human resources will be automated in the near
Mhm.
future.
Yeah.
What is your take on this? What I would like to hear your opinion about this.
All right. Okay. Because previously, in a conventional way, we send forms to HR, and HR will be the person that will process everything, right? But right now, in this digitalization, people just submit to HR, and the process of validating the accuracy of the details, the content of the request that they submit. Let's say you want to submit your flexi benefits, or even your subsidy or anything. HR, even though people would say, we don't have to come to you, but in this digitalization, we still need the person, the real person, not just automated by system, to validate everything, to ensure all the data is correct, and 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 in terms of HR in the payroll side, we must the person, the human, the HR person, the processes must ensure the salary is correct and tallied with the employee's position and condition. So I think your question is very interesting, because some people might say right now, okay, we don't need HR anymore, we can do it by ourselves. Yeah, but you can do it partially, because the back end, the processes, this we still need the person's, let's say in terms of the salary wise, we need people, the HR people, to validate and to ensure on the certain period, this is how much you get, especially people on the operating side, at the factory side. They need to ensure your key in and key out from factory is calculated accurately, because people working in shifts, right, they need their OTs, they need to, yeah, OTs need to be paid. And the people who are the people who are doing the validation, HR people. So uh and Azi, that's my answer for your question.
Okay, I think that's the most important thing that we as a CMT graduate students need to know, need to assure that if is have a have a good job opportunities outside in the HR department after this, even the graduates, it's the students that after the graduates, right? Okay, so like to
Yeah.
ask to Kru Alia, uh, would like to
Yes.
ask about, did you encounter any changes and challenges while working in leading and implementing workers development during the pandemic? What will you suggest to graduates who are interested to work in the same field as yours, communication and also on? So
Okay. All right. I believe skies is the limit, right? Between you and okay, and also like I remember Sir Anwar have asked us before, what is your end game after you graduate? Like what is the next step? So that is always in my mind. Like it impact me a lot. So like when you're saying like what I'm encounter any changes and challenges while working in leading and implementing workers development during the pandemic. Yes, there's changes and challenges because we work in multi-generational multi-generation, like we have our like generation Y, and then generation X, and then Z, and and also like we are the millennials, right? And then okay, to bridge the gap, between to make people understand, and then to like, because this pandemic is very unprecedented, like we need to shift from the normal working style to digitalization, internet of thing, everything is on internet, everything is online. Like Diana was saying that your resume is your ID, right? So to make it more normal, I will say, like you need to know, you need to balance it out between all this generation, so that like for example, if you want to make it training online, right? Okay, some people they can know how to work things out, regarding on okay how to access the link when you're training online. Okay, so, when we do onboarding programs, like we need to know okay what are the modules that we need to learn, how to click here. Believe me, some people they don't understand how to click next, even a button of next they don't know how to click it. So we need to help them, like we need to assist them regarding on this. Don't assume that everyone is the same, everyone understanding and regarding on technology is the same. We need to assume that okay, they don't know, they might not know, so we need to teach them, but not to like to make them feel belittle on them, like they feel like oh because I'm old I don't know how to do it. No, don't make them like that, but instead like assist them while in a like at if they just to make sure that everything is okay. Uh that is one of the thing, like okay, I will sharing with you one of the challenges that I have while guiding this the I would say the members bank. When I we were doing the work, we were doing a training during this pandemic. Okay, one of the bank members, they don't know how to open the camera. Like they don't understand. Like okay, and then one of the is from Korea. Like one of the thing is the language, the language barrier. We don't know like we say uh we say in our normal English, right? Like we know how okay you need to click this hover, what is hover, where you need to click it and then everything, but they don't understand. Because sometimes we feel like okay I want to be there and teach you, you know, like and then other things, because of the security concern we can't access their laptop, or we can't like we can like some there's a technology that we can just guide them from there, and then we can click it for them, right? But due to some security reason that we can't do that for them, so the other way is communicating with them, you know. We need to communicate better to make them fully understand how to do it from end to end, you know. So that is quite a challenging thing that I need to encounter with them. But after I learned how to make it understandable, how to make it like more the lingos. I need to determine the lingos that make them understand based on the each country, or each country or each generation. Then only we can do it like more smoothly lah. And then, what will you suggest to graduates who are interested to work in the same field as me? Okay, for those graduates, don't stop. I encourage you not to stop. Okay, encourage you, like you okay. Start small. Like don't like okay after graduate, let me tell you a bit of my background lah. Before this, I was intern in one of the external training provider company, because I'm from CIT. So I do a training for a training provider company. I got lucky because I'm being there, and then from there, I learned okay how to do it from the start, doing the modules, and then go to programs, and then meeting people, how to communicate with the clients and everything. Okay, and then because for me, to you need to enhance the communication skill as well as the people skills. And also you need the importance of taking initiative is a number one. Like you need to create initiative. Like people love companies, as far as I see observe, um companies love fresh blood. We call it fresh blood for the graduate. You know, we love new graduate people because they just learn like it's fresh. You know, the learning, the things that you have done in university, it's new. It's like it's very new to you. Like the information is very good. So when you go to the company, you bring a new idea, sometimes a new initiative, a new idea. So why not you taking more responsibility with what you have done? Like it's not wrong, but don't force yourself. Be true to yourself. Like at least if you can't, just say you can't. If you can, just say you can. Don't over promise, but over and then under the but not deliver whatever you have saying to in your resume, or when you're saying like, oh, I can do this, I can do that, but then in the end you can't. You're right. So always under promise, over deliver. But sometimes if you and then please respect yourself. Like you know your limit. Like okay, some people take advantage on you when you know a lot of things. People take advantage on you, so know your limits. Like if you say if you feel like it's all too overwhelmed, you need to stop. And also I encourage you and I encourage all the graduate to read about the current and the past major event in your field. Like you need to know the news, the latest news. Okay, what is the thing that is already there, and then what are the things that is a trend. Always update yourself with all this, and also update yourself with other skills that they are is not been have been learned in your school. It's not been learned in your well while you're in university and everything. Like especially you can just right now in digital, right now in online, everything is on the tip of your finger, right? You can just googling Coursera. If you know what is Coursera, you can check on Coursera and then take some courses there, complete it, and then HRDF is already do e-latte. It's a good platform. Like always equip yourself with all the skills, and then and then on the fields that you like, just go for it and then explore it. Be confident. That is all they need actually. Every company they just want your confidence level, and then they want to see whether you willing to take the responsibility in serious way or no, or you just like come there just to feel, just to test the water and whatnot. Okay, that's all I
I
know.
think it's a good sharing from Ku actually for the graduates. So coming back to Fatima, Fatima, I would like to know about, do you think interpersonal communication graduates would be merely restricted to your field, or bigger opportunities are waiting for them to explore in your sectors or in your field of departments here? Mhm.
Right. Thank you, Hazi, for the question. Thank you as well to Diana and Co. I was legit taking down notes of everything that you guys were saying. Okay. Actually, it's something similar to what Co said as well. The sky is really the limit, and I really like that because one of the respected female leaders in Nestle always quote that, and it's embedded in me. You know, the sky is the limit, and you turn impossible into I'm possible. So that's something great. I think, okay, Diana raised a very good point on, when it comes to pandemic, it's different because when they filter, HR filter the application, it will based on your resume, which is a very fair point. Because your resume, my dad was a motivator, and he likes to say that whatever results for your SPM or your transcript, degree transcript, is your ticket. So your SPM results is your ticket to enter university or to get scholarship, and your degree result is your ticket to score an interview with your future employer. But what really helps is your own, how do you perform during interview. I think Diana might agree with this, because you're bringing your whole personality, your whole character to the interview. You are sharing with them who you are, And if I may introduce a term, it's called career capital. So career capital, if you as a graduate, if you are studying now, I got to know about this much later in my life after I have graduated. So I start to build on that. You know, when you update your LinkedIn and stuff, right? Not that I'm changing company, but just to build, just to build on your skills, right? Yeah. So now, when you're a student, start to work on your career capital. So what is career capital? It's the skills that you have that is very unique that you can offer your employer. Now it might be different to all of us. Like my career capital from Diana, Kualia, Adli, and also Faiz Diki will be very very different. And but you yourself know what your strength is. You know, God is fair if you believe in religion and also spiritual self. We all have been given unique set of gifts. So leverage on that. Find your own, career capital, and try to build on character growth and also personal growth as much as you can. Um, don't restrict yourself to just studying the theory and all. When I was in university, every single semester, I would try to give myself a different set of challenge. So I think in semester 3, I joined Secretariat Mahasiswa Faculty, SMF in Masscomm. Oh, I love it because you get to meet your seniors and juniors who they have different kind of expertise. And I remember during my internship in Coca-Cola, my boss at that time was asking me, "Do you have anyone out there who could help to design?" And I said, "Oh, I actually know a senior who just graduated, established his own company to design like logo." So imagine, because I was an intern there, I was like, of course lah, you can't use your connection, but I just introduced, and he fulfilled all the credibility that Coca-Cola needed at that time, and he actually got the job. Of course, it's a very stringent process. It's a very fair process, but he got the job from there. And these are all the things that you want to start building, networking with all your fellow because I think the thing about Masscomm is all the connection that we have. Because okay, we all have very different expertise, right? MC 247, 246, 248, and all. And when we come together, that's when something great happen. And I think it's amazing. And even for interpersonal communication, even after I have graduated, I did not, okay, like if I were to look, is there any job that say interpersonal communication specifically? No, there's no title, but it is a sub skill. It is a soft skill that is needed everywhere. But you learn all these subject. You learn public advocacy, communication theory, marketing communication. Everything is already in your syllabus, so make use of that. So when after graduation, I actually attended a lot of interviews. I love going for interviews. I think Diana might hate me back then, but I would go to all the company interviews. I think I remember Nestle, Maybank, Nippon Paint, because that's where you learn. That's where you learn that every company conduct their interview differently. Some is like a boot camp. You go there for 3 days at a hotel, and they give you all these challenges, and it's very interesting. And that is also where you find what you like. And I think that is also important. It's always a fine line between finding your passion and also your skills. So yeah, maybe we can talk about that later. All right, back to you, Hazi. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a great opportunities, and even though my people when I'm studying in degree in Masscomm, would like to ask my INC friends, like what sector you going to be in the future of your jobs? Like, do you have a secure job? They say that there are many opportunities that every companies, every products needs them. So like to further to Adli, would like to know something about your sectors. Is there any would like to ask if someone has been part of the new media industry? What do you think would make a graduate stand out in pursuing career in this field? Any particular skills becoming a new media in the new media industries?
Okay, so basically, thank you, Aziz. Okay, so as a graduate, we should be aware what the industry needs and make sure that our staff is always be prepared for that. For example, it's not about skills and for example, the basic things that we need to know, what kind of software that is still relevant to the industry. For example, if you are a video editor, what software that we use? For example, Premiere Pro, Final Cut Pro. And if you are a designer, what software that we use? If you are a visual effects creator, what we use? So the technique and approach that we use, we have to know the trend. Don't only rely on the course outline that have been prepared by the faculty, but make your own initiative to learn more from the outside resources as well. Because I believe that if we just hear the theory, we will not learn more from that. So we have to do to learn more. And the most important part is we have to understand the fundamental, the basics, the process one by one in the field that we want to pursue. And the the key to success in this dynamic industry is you need to understand the digital media landscape and have to think critically about where it is going and knowing the creative right. So for example, you will not breaking the copyright law if you use the public image from Google. That's the important part. And then we talk about skills. The teamwork, I think, is the most important skill you can bring to the table in the digital media industry, because being able to listen to others and to trust fellow team members, resolve conflicts, and manage roles and responsibility is the crucial and uh, is the measurement to be success for any team project. And also the communication skills. This is the key in any workplace, not just in our field, but this will enable you to work well independently in a team. And me as well, I actually is trying to learn more about the communication skill uh, in my company actually. So we need to know how to articulate the ideas to your team, to your supervisor and your client, and pitching your ideas clearly and concisely, uh, while understanding the body language and being able to express your ideas in both written and spoken form. And it will help you ensure your ideas will be heard and respectedly. And next is the management skills. This includes the time management skills, that how we manage our workflow. As we all know that this new media industry is a fast-paced industry, and it is crucial to know how to manage your time and recognize how your timelines affect the team's productivity, and it do affects a lot in the work. And the most important thing is how to manage your emotion. So if we are in a meeting, if you cannot uh, manage your emotion, it will affect others also, because working in films, games, and design, in design field, it can be quite stressful, because we have to work for a long hours and have to deal with complicated clients, and their create their briefing also sometimes have affect our emotion, and then we have to know how to manage that kind of things. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's so much things. It's not about the skills also. They need to have, I would like to say the media have a lot of particular skills that, such as many application that Adli said about, even the skills are the very secure. If you have that skills, you have a secure job for for the sectors. So might be as you as Adli, you are a young content creator also who is new to the industry or the job market. Do you find it competitive to fit in the sectors or in the industry?
Yeah, to be honest, it is quite competitive, and it can be seen when at our company, when we want to find a new talent, there is a lot to choose, and we go over their resume, and their resume is so outstanding. And if we do not try to improve ourselves, we will be left out if we do not know the trend and the current issues of the industry. So this applicable for mostly to the fresh graduates. And however, it should not be a problem, because I believe everybody have their own capability. So as long as we keep on making an effort to improve and becoming better, I think that should be good. And even I am working in this industry, I think there is a lot of things that me myself want to explore and learn. And the important thing is we never look down on ourselves and just keep going. And to be honest, for the CGPA is important as well, but the soft skill also will be the weightage for this industry, because pointer with experience will be the best. Because and I would love to share where I learn the kind of skills. Firstly, I explore the Facebook group. I join the community. For example, if I want to learn about video editing, I go to Facebook and I join the video editing community. And also, I love to explore about visual effects. So I find the people that can teach me on how to do visual effects. So that is where I met friends and build networking. And also LinkedIn, also Telegram. We join the group to gain more knowledge on that particular skills. And secondly, I go to outside classes, like um, free classes, or even YouTube, even a cheap seminar, even 10 ringgit seminar. I go and learn something from that, because I know that university outline is not enough for me to grow in the career. Because I know there is even more knowledge at outside the faculty. And then during my study, I do some freelancing work, and some of them are not being paid, or the price is cheap. But as long as I learn something from that, I think it is great. Because um, the value of knowledge, I think, is very expensive when I do the freelancing work. And also if you want to get knowledge on certain skills, you can find it at Quora Digest. You just find the keywords, and then there will be very many people discussing on that topic. And it will be a real experience if you try to do it by yourself. Thank you.
Yeah, I think networking as a new media practitioner, even though you have one skill, you need to explore more and explore more. So when you explore more, then like Adli said, joining the FB groups and learning a new skills, I think there's a one when you learn something, you have a more networking, then you have more like more opportunities in the future in your job. So would like to ask to Faiz, thank you so much Adli for the very nice sharing. So would like to ask to Faiz, we have lived with COVID-19 for almost 2 years right now, and looking at the media landscape, social media is as a popular as ever, considering that everyone craves interaction and connection. So as a renowned local social media influencer, how or a content creator, how do you reach your target audience to create awareness or market business during COVID-19?
All right. Um, First of all, I have to say that my heart goes to all those who were affected by COVID-19. It's something that we never seen coming. So we had no time preparing for it. Right? It could be working from companies or freelancers like us. We didn't have time to prepare and to get ourselves ready on how to I would say combat this pandemic, right? So when we talk about social media influencers, all right, one of our jobs is, well, basically to entertain. And I think entertainment is very important during this crisis, this pandemic, COVID-19. Because all of us were stuck at home, including myself. I was stuck at home doing nothing for I think for almost 2 years, right? So what we need most of us, we needed some sort of outlet to channel out our frustration, and this is where all this entertainment comes in, in the form of social media, doing TikToks and so on, right? um, but what affected me the most in terms of working is that being a social media influencer, I am known for my, apart from my parodies videos when I did, earlier in the earlier years, I also do a lot of travel contents. I do a lot of reviews, food reviews as well. So by having yourself stuck at home doing nothing, I couldn't produce those kind of contents anymore. I cannot go out and do a hotel review, food review, and so on. So it was very hard for me financially, mentally, and it was quite a low moment in my life as well, right? But one thing I realized that being a social media influencer is you need to adapt. You need to quick in adapting yourself to the current situation, right? So at that point I realized that, I cannot go out, I cannot do those kind of contents where I need to physically leave the house. So what I did was I did more of I would say sketches that the setting is within the compartment of my house, the compound of my house. So it it kind of helped me, when we have a lot of free time, by doing all kind of videos, you kind of like let the time fly by and so on. And also it helps my followers as well, the viewers, to be entertained a little bit and to get their mind off pandemic, of COVID-19 for a while. So of course, there's always a silver lining in everything, right? While I cannot physically go out and do jobs and so on, since during this pandemic, crisis, everything is done digitally. So a lot of big companies, they opted to actually do a lot more campaigns online, and this is basically a, I would say, durian runtuh lah for me, right? Because I get a lot more campaigns, jobs from companies to to promote the product during this pandemic season. Because people cannot go out. What they do is they are on social media 24/7. So what they do is they inject all these online campaigns so that people, consumers will they tend to come across all these campaigns and so on. And funny to think that, interestingly, I've done quite a lot of campaigns with Nestle as well, Fatima and Diana. So recently, I just did a campaign from Milo. I believe Milo is under Nestle as well, right? So I did a campaign, Jom Minum Balik Office Minum Milo, something like that. And I did a campaign with Maggie as well, to promote all the products, the cooking paste and so on. So it's quite a, I would say, a bittersweet experience, right? You get, you cannot go out, but then you still get a lot of, I personally get a lot of income out of that situation. But I think what we can do is, uh, as a social media influencer, what I did was, instead of just focusing on entertainment, I try to produce contents that would educate people as well, especially during this COVID pandemic season. So I did a I know it's not a campaign; it's just a video with, say, Dr. Shazril. All right, I did a video with him showcasing how and what is the correct way of washing your hands. Washing hands using sanitizer is very important nowadays, right? And then I did a series of Instagram stories telling people the process of getting vaccination. So some people might see this as something as, it's nothing, but for us social media influencers who has a platform that has a lot of followers and everything, this is actually something that we can do to help educate and giving knowledge to people. And this is something that I'm quite happy despite having to face COVID-19.
Yeah, I think Faiz have so much experience in the social media influence and making a content creator also in during pandemic COVID-19. So we have been the end, not the end is also, but I would like to throw you guys would like you guys to advise for the graduates on your behalf of your sectors as MP and NNC, also CIT, also a new media. So would like to Faiz would like to advise for future graduates who would also want to venture in a similar career path as you.
Okay, sure. Just to be clear, when I was studying, I did my study in advertising. But then when I started working, I got myself into advertising for a while. But then I switched into being a journalist. I was a journalist for about 3 years. A lot of people did not expect that Faiz Diki, who happens to be Kak Leha on Instagram, is actually work as a crime reporter. Quite a serious job. But what I want to say here is that it doesn't matter what you are studying now. It could be journalism, it could be advertising, it could be interpersonal. But what matters the most is the journey when you are trying to find what is it that actually that you love, you're passionate, and you want to do for the rest of your life, right? Because life itself is a learning journey. In fact, I myself is still learning what I like, what I prefer, what I want to do for the rest of my life. So it's okay for you to be quite unsure at the moment, but please do not let yourself stray away, right? Please try to learn all these things. You are being given a great education from Faculty of Communication and Media Studies. Take all this and put it into yourself. But if you want to take social media influencer as your career path, what I would give an advice is, first you have to brand yourself. We are currently living in a sea of talented people, right? So you have to find something that would differentiate yourself from the rest of these people. All right. You have to know how to position yourself. You have to know what's your gift, what is your niche market, right? And all this can be done through educating yourself by getting education, right? We have a lot of subjects: human behavior, we have Marcom, we have interpersonal skills, right? All this, although they might not help you at the moment, but they will be useful later in the future when you are trying to secure a job and everything. And then secondly, I would say you have to have a lot of hard work and consistency. All right, being a social media influencer, it's all about consistency. You don't want one video to go viral, but then the rest of your video get like 5 or 7 views, right? You want all your videos, all your contents that you do have the same amount of likes, shares, and so on. So for you to do this, you have to have hard work, you have to have consistency, right? Whatever that you produce must be top notch. And then of course, you have to do something that I did not do. Okay, this is a confession. Something that I did not do back then was I was being too complacent. I was being too comfortable with my status. At one point, I was, some people might say that I was one of the top social media influencers in Malaysia. Right back in 2014-15, when I in fact received an award for best personality online popular for ABPBH, Anugerah Bintang Popular Berita Harian. So I was at the peak of my career. So at that time I thought, oh, I'm at the top of the world, nothing can touch me. So I forgot to adapt. I forgot to take opportunities. So I felt too comfortable in my own bubble in Instagram. I forgot to venture into TikTok. I forgot to venture into YouTube. So that part was my mistake. right? So what I can say is to all of you who are planning to go and venture into the world of social media, you have to be quick, you have to be fast, you have to adapt, and you have to be consistent. And you, if you have all these components in you, you will be not just a social media influencer, but you will be a successful social media influencer. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great advice from you, Faiz. It's like, yeah, first you need to, of course, the key word is hard work and consistency, and also you need to adapt to the industry right now. Okay, would like to ask, Adli, what do you advise, be to individuals who might consider for this job, for your as yours right now, uh, might what you are doing right now not to be the most tedious job ever. Like people might have a thought that your job that currently your job is like a tedious job ever. So what's your advice to the individuals who might consider this?
Okay, to be honest, me myself feel that this job is not like a little bit hard, but actually to cope with new things, because in new media there is always something new that will be coming to you. So such as new software, new trends and style. So we have to always be aware and be fast with that. So a lot of people keep asking me whether if I am okay in this field, but actually this is my passion to be an animator and or we call multimedia designer. But uh, I never be bored with this work, because I am honestly happy to be in this field, because even sometimes it takes a lot of time, but honestly I enjoy doing it because it is my passion. Uh, but yeah, however, to improve ourselves, we need to make SWOT analysis, because um, SWOT analysis is not only applicable to an organization, but it also can be implement to ourselves, which is we have to know our strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. And if we have know our weakness, we overcome it, and if we have know our strength, we improve it. So my advice to those who wanted to pursue in this career, uh, start early and start with just following other people. For example, if you have an ideal, it will be good. Uh, Follow people that can inspire you in, especially in social media, because yeah, we often use social media. And don't ever compare yourself to others. I mean, like, you have an ideal, but don't compare yourself with them, because we don't know what um, the person have gone through, because we just starting. They also from the beginning, they start from zero. So you have to step by step uh, make a move to become like them, or maybe better than them. For example, I have also my idol, which is Peter McKinnon, and I follow what they did, uh, but it's just for inspirational. And also ask a lot to your lecturer, your resources person. So resources person, me also have my resources person, my lecturer, Sumade, Sir Razif, Medin Shikin, the new Vida lecturer, Sir Shazwan, even the broadcasting lecturer, and many more. Sir Anwar pun, okay. And maybe you can make friends from outside of the faculty, meet new people, and don't mind doing free job, because you can learn from that job as well, do freelance. And uh, I think that is all.
Okay, I think yeah, that's true. You need to refer to resources people like Adli said, and also it's a very good advice to the graduates. Thank you so much, Adli. I would like to ask the three ladies over here the advice. So Fatima, would you like to give us some advice to the individuals who might consider
Yes, sure, Hazi. Everyone can hear me, yeah? Okay, thank you. All right, since it's the last three ladies, so I'll break my advice into 3 points. I think first off is I've been quite interested in psychology. I think even back then we do have a psychology subject in our faculty. I think the most important thing is to know yourself. I think Ko Alia mentioned a very good point about knowing your capacity and also your capability, so you don't say yes to everything. And I think know yourself is if you know like this color quadrant, red, yellow, green, and also blue. So red is someone who's very friendly. Yellow is visionary. Green is very process oriented, and blue is very analytical. So it helps if you know which quadrant you're in, and also especially if you work in a team, it helps if you know like okay, this person I'm working with is very blue. So if you would, I think it also help with client management. Adli, if you could relate to that, if you know that your client is very a blue person, they want analytics, and that's how you present it to them. And I think yeah, this kind of thing is something that I think as a communication student we learn that, and we try to use that right as much as we can. And one is know yourself, and along with that is to reach out to others. I think especially all of us, we work in communication and also media field. There's no way we can get it done on our own. You have an idea, you want to execute it from end to end. That is impossible for you to do it all on your own. So reach out to others, like Adi also mentioned earlier. Check out their expertise and also learn from them, because in learning from each other is where we upskill ourselves, connecting and also networking. The second point will be in terms of effort. Now, I know just now I said that when it comes to your transcript, your degree is a ticket, but you also need to make it do well, because some of the big companies, their entry point level is 3.5. And you do want to succeed, because your 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 pointer, it does not show how smart you are. I think you can check with lecturers as well, get their feedback on this. But I think your pointer show how much effort you put in. That's the most important thing. Do you care enough about your studies? I remember we are communication student. I think in semester 5 we have to learn statistic. At least that's how it was for me back then. And I was like, oh man, I joined communication because I don't want to do any numbers. I don't want to do any maths. And suddenly you have to learn statistic. I still remember class Dr. Z at that time. But I know that that's not my strong point. I'm not good in numbers. Like I think with words first. But what do you do, right? If you takkan you nak let your one subject pull down your whole grade, something that you have worked so hard for 5 semesters. So I think what I would do is every single Thursday before statistic class, I would wake up at 5 a.m. in my dorm and study statistics, so that when I enter the class, I would know, the numbers. And the funny thing is, everyone in my class at that time, they thought I was good in maths. They thought I was good in statistics, because, the lecturer would always call me and just solve the problem on the knee. But that communicate a lot about effort, because I know I'm not good at it. I need to put extra effort. So to the outside eyes, oh, she's good in class in statistics, but I have to wake up 5 a.m. every single day just to learn it first, so that I don't lose interest. So I mean, there will be subjects you like. There will be subjects you're not that fond of, but you don't let that ruin your future. You just put effort into it. And also going back to the point earlier about passion and skill. Now, passion is great if you already know what you like. So now, okay, for example, I like designing, for example, and I know that that is my career path. But there are some of us, the lost ones, Neverland, the lost boys from Neverland. We don't know what we want yet, and that's fine. Exactly like Faiz Diki said, we are all constantly learning. And if you don't know what you want yet, whatever opportunity comes to you, you just put in hard work. Because what can beat hard work, right? You just put in the effort, work hard towards it, and you will gain valuable skill. And last but not least, about time management. If I think if the slide is ready for time management, if it's up there, maybe I'll talk about it first. So, time management when you are a student is fairly simple. It's a triangle. So, if you can vision a triangle, it's your study, your social life, and your sleep. So, the joke is always that you can't have it all. You have to choose two. So, if you choose study and social life, you will not get enough sleep lah. So, if you choose study and sleep, then social life you macam ni sikit. So that's always the joke for time management during me. But in the working, when you're working and all, it's divided between urgent and important. So that's like, imagine like a four quadrant, like Acroman like this. So what's urgent, what's important, what's urgent and not important, what's not urgent and not important. If you could Google it up, it's very, very interesting because you will have a lot of things to do. Ko Alia is agreeing because she knows the workload will come to you a lot. Yeah, there it is. So that's the left side, the triangle is when you're a student, enough sleep, good grades, social life, you can only choose two. But I think if you're smart about it, you can go all three, but just balance it out. On the right side is where, on the right side is where in your working life, urgent and important, important but not urgent, urgent and not important, which will take a lot of your time, and not urgent and not important. Normally, not urgent, not important ni is like Netflix and all lah, when we would just want to chill, right? And urgent and important, normally the joke in the corporate is that whatever your boss wants you to do. But yeah, I mean, do have a look at that, and I think it will, help you in further life. I'm still using this now, even to, delegate my tasks to myself. That will be all from me. Thank you.
Yeah, it's kind of especially not urgent, not important. Yeah, so I think right now I might be less of Netflixing right now or watching dramas, K-dramas and everything. So more focusing and efficiency in my work. Okay, so might want to know from Ku Ala as well. I would like to know your advice for your juniors. How would you advise them in the sectors right now?
Okay, to all my juniors and also all the other faculties, the other pillars as well. Sorry. Um, okay. One thing for sure is like Faiz Diki already said and Fatima already said as well. Don't neglect your pointers. Don't neglect your studies, even though you don't really favor about this topic that you want to learn. The topic of the subject you're not fond of, like what Fatima has said. Don't neglect it, like, because it's not, if not, you just downgrade all the pointers, right? It will be a wasteful for it, as well as and also be confident with, be confident. All the things, all the things that I have been experienced in recruiting people before. The number one things about what the company want from the fresh graduate is be confident. Be confident. There's no right or wrong answer regarding on the question that they're being asked. They just want to know what are you capable of, what are the rest, are you really into on the responsibilities, like you are care, do you want to take another, like, are you doing beyond while you're doing your job, uh are you like all the importance, are you make are you attention to details, like are you really a detailed person, like are you taking this job for granted. This is because as you know, if you're not equip yourself with all the things, all the skills, like Adli were saying, the soft skills especially, if you're not equipped with all this, people will replace you in every company. Everyone, everything can be replaced in any industry as well, I believe. Like everything, other people outside there is more better than you, is more knowledgeable than you. What do you do with yourself? This is a lifelong progress, like I said before, what is your end game, you know? Like you need to don't give up, don't give up in all the things that you have done. Don't give up, and then be confident and equip yourself with other skill in like I want to share with you, with all of you, in while I'm studying in CIT, I'm not only studying and getting a good grades, or I also join the clubs. I join the clubs, and then I do events, because this is what I like. I what I like. I'm more on people person. So these things, it's tiring. Yes, it's tiring when you're doing in university. But in the end, when you graduate, this thing, this experience, you don't get it in outside. So from this, you know, okay, you can know, okay, I can be a leader. You know yourself, your leadership skill, your people skill, your responsibility. Okay, I can't do multiple job in one time. I can't do multiple tasks in one time. This is what the lecturers equip us when we are studying, yeah, right? That's why people say, if you are in Masscomm, you can go in any industry. People say that, and I do believe that. You can go to human capital, you can go to human resource, you can go to corporate com, you can go to any department, as long as you are confident, as long you equip yourself with all the skills that you learned before. And don't stop there, keep going until you find, okay, this is the place, this is the company I want to work until I resign, or no, not resign, retired, until I retired. Okay, that is
Yeah,
what we want. Yeah,
I think it's the most interesting way that Ku said that mass comm students, when you graduate, you can go to every every part of the job sectors. You can
correct.
throw to the anything, PR, something, NC, CMP, and anything. So would like to thank you, Alia, and also would like to ask the last but not least, Diana, what would you advise to the students who want to venture with you into jobs related to communication, management, and policy?
Okay, thank you for the question, Hazi. For the CMPNs, I want to say to you that I did say this at the very beginning of the session. We are on the right track. As I said just now, whenever I do my tasks, I remember small things that Dr. Yus, Dr. Alam, Senazri. I keep on saying their name because they really helps. And the subjects there is really, I would say, relevant, updated with the industrial requirement, and also mathematica. Also say Adrian, I think. Yeah. Okay. So generally, for the fresh graduates especially, please do not easily say I don't know, because for the ones who already know the information, they start with they don't know, but they finding effort, they study, they open some books, surf the internet to find the answer to the questions. Because our fresh graduates, I understand that we tend to swiftly express our feelings, like oh, I don't know this, I'm not sure. But I want to echo what Ku just said just now. When just when you have been given tasks, be brave to say yes, I will do it, even though I don't know. I will make sure I will know. And be hardworking, because study does not stop when you graduate and you get your scroll. In working environment, you learn every day new things, be it from your senior management, be it from your colleagues, be it from your subordinates. You learn new things every day at work. And then, as I want to echo what Fatima said, learn your stakeholders. If the person is a blue person, you have to treat the person in a way that the person desired to be entertained with. Okay, and then last but not least, for our communication students, you rock. You can go anywhere. I want to echo what Ku Alia said just now. You may scum, because we have the traits, we have the characteristic. It's like we are like one kind of species that when we go outside, and when we signing up for our points, when we present ourselves, people around would say, are you a mass comm student? Yeah, we are. And I am so happy to be in this session. Because why? 50 years of mass comm in the industry, and we see how us give back to the community. And so I heard that Faiz Diki, he is also teaching in Masscomm in one of the institution. I think it's a very good give back to to the community and adding values to the youngsters, especially in the communications field. That's all from me, Hazi. Thank you.
Yeah, like the 50 years of industries, like I would never expected that Masscom is already 50 years. And also, thank you so much, Diana. Yeah, of course, Masscom, we rock it. Of course. Yeah, even the CMP, CIT, the media itself, but also the journalism and everything. Okay, so thank you so much for all the speakers for today, for sharing such an amazing experience, amazing information. And last but not least, let's open for any question from the audience. Okay, we are now going to ask question. As a reminder, would like to remind the audience, you can still submit question through the chat section in your attendee entrepreneur or the chat section in the YouTube. So, would like to ask the first question. Okay. With work from home becoming a norm, how do we maintain efficient corporate or organization communication? So I would like to throw this question to Diana. Can you answer this question?
Sure. Okay. As I said just now, is about me, you, and the screen, and the rest still going on. Life goes on. Okay. So how do we maintain efficiency with on corporate, be it in any other company? Keep the focus in doing your work, because conventional or digital, it all comes back to the effort of you do to ensure that the business keep going with your roles and the position that you contribute to the company. And work from home, people would say, while you're working from home, you'll be cooking. It's just, I know that some of the perspective would think, why you cook while you're doing your tasks? But in a way that we live now, we goes on with the job that we did, in which that when you're already done with your work, why not when some doing some cooking? Because I understand working from home is one kind of challenge that people work from home only understand. In my own experience, I managed to work for 6 months in work from home basis, because last year on July I transferred to manufacturing side, which is taking my day every day coming to work, even though it is MCO 2.0, 3.0. So I see the difference and I understand working from home, and how with the method to maintain it is just keep focus doing your work. You might have distractions, TV, Netflix, and or even TikToks while doing your work, but you make it as entertainment for like 5 to 10 minutes of break from the stressful of working, and you come back to do your work. Because in Nestle, I would just want to share that we interpret the work life balance in a very good way, which is um for HQ people, you, as long as you submit the work at the desired timing, people won't judge what time you open your laptop. People won't judge, because we know everyone's pace at their own time. Okay, I want to echo what Adi said, which is, do not compare yourself with other people. Yes, it is correct, because you keep your focus and the rest shall follow. That's my answer. Thank you, Hazi.
Yeah, right. Actually, the efficient. Of course, we do some work at the same time, right? Like then I say the cooking, while cooking, while submit the works and everything. So thank you so much, Jaya. Now I would like to ask the second question. Okay, what role does animation play in the current media-based environment that we are in? So I would like to throw this question to Adli to answer it.
Okay. What role does animation play? Oh, okay. So as the pandemic strikes, I think animation have becoming a new demand. Uh, no matter if it is 2D animation or 3D animation, because when it comes to animation, we don't have to go to shooting or rent some place to make uh, shooting. So it just you sit in front of your laptop and do animation. So it helps to give more value towards our for example, our video, we add some animation and it makes the video become more interesting because people loves animation. People love animation, especially kids, and also actually all ages will actually watch animation. And even now, during pandemic, the animation have um, what I say the animation have helped in delivering more information towards people. For example, how we want to deliver the SOP in the pandemic. So we deliver through animation, and the information can be delivered very fast and very uh, precisely. Uh, so I think um, animation have helped the media to add some value more.
Yeah, right. I think animation also play a big role in this current media base. Such that Adli said that infographic videos on the TVs that to inform the audience how to keep yourself avoid from COVID-19 virus and also so on. So thank you so much, Adli. Such a great answer. So let's go on to the third question from the audience. Okay, with online conferences becoming common, it must have affected interpersonal communication. How can we adapt to it? So, would like to, of course, our Fatima to answer it.
Okay, to all my INC lecturers and INC juniors, I hope I can answer this question and do it justice. Right, so interpersonal communication is essentially verbal communication and non-verbal communication. So when we talk about online conference, we are missing the non-verbal communication because I think we do have a class on non-verbal cues and we can pick up the speaker's habit. When we talk to them, their body language. If they're doing like this, they're not as keen, right? If they lean forward, they're interested in you. If they lean back, they're trying to put some distance, stuff like that. So that is the missing link. Non-verbal cues, you cannot pick up on that, especially if the video is not turned on. But there are other aspects of interpersonal communication skills. For example, active listening, verbal communication, and all. And that is where you train yourself to listen, to pick up the points, and also most importantly to ask questions. Because if something is not clear, then you can ask. Could you help to clarify that? What do you mean by that? Uh, can I just recap? This is what you mean, and this is what is needed for to move forward with the next steps. And I think, yeah, of course, we are missing one part of it, but we are becoming stronger in another part. And just to share with you, in a still big organization, so normally on quarterly basis, we have this big meeting, right? Some sort of like town hall. So there was a lady presenting at that time. And I think, like Diana mentioned, because it's work from home, so some of us have different difficulties. Some are taking care of their kids and stuff like that. And her child was crying at that time, and we can hear it from the back. And imagine this is a big meeting, everyone in this company is in, and you can hear a child crying in the back. And I think I'm very because speaking of empathy, right, I'm very proud that the leadership team, one of them actually said it's okay, we totally understand, you may settle with your kid first. Because come on, kids at home, they won't understand that, okay, mama is in a meeting, I have to present this, present that. And of course, as a mom, you get a bit kanchong lah. Imagine, right, you're trying to present something important and your kid is like, hey, mama, this and that. And we can hear that to the earpiece, but it taught me a little bit about humanity, about compassion. Yes, of course, we all have work to do, and we respect that, and we do deliver it well. But when it comes to things like this, we are more, we accept those kind of things, and we can just laugh it out. Oh, not to worry, like take 5 minutes break and something like that. And I think it's something beautiful. That will be all from me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much to Fatima. Like, yeah, true. I think interpersonal communication also play a big role of this. Okay, so let's throw the fourth question, I think. Will human resources training be automated? I think it's more suitable to answer by Diana, right? So there we go.
All right. Thank you for the question. Okay. For example, right now, as simple as discussion or even team building, we do have at Nestle, we organize team building online. How we do it? We play Kahoot, we add on games. We make sure that even though we are not physically attached to the people, to the colleagues around, we want to ensure that this vibes, the happening vibes still happening. All right. So in terms of the training in the more formal ways, it is automated, which in which that we have series of modules that we provide for the employees in terms of the I would say we have few sessions for anti-corruption and unconscious bias. All this training we already moving into automation. We keep continuing doing it, and we already started it even before the COVID starts. So in terms of automation, only we only we will stay with manual if the training is conducted for manual skills. For example, for HR person that will be working in manufacturing sector, handling with the forklift drivers, for sure the manual training will be need to be done. But for the manual and theoretical content, we moving forward and still continue doing it with the digitalization. So to answer your question, to answer the audience question, yes, it will be automated, and it is depending with the condition of the nature of the knowledge that needs to be done in ensuring the training will give big impact for the required positions. That's from me. Thank you, Han. Thank you, Aziz.
Yeah, I think it's good to share that human resources training is also automated. And also, Mike, known as Ku Alia, you have an added opinion or information that you want to share.
Okay, thank you, Hazi, for that. I do agree with Diana. Like we need to determine um which are the things which are the training that needs to be manual, face to face, or another one is so to be automated. But for me, it's not fully automated for me because some people like okay we have three levels in the company, right? Low level, middle level, and high level. Okay, for low level, some of the training that we need to go for face to face, we still need face to face training. And then but some middle level and also the high level, we can go for online, due to the understanding, due to the connect, and also for the connectivity. Some people, some people, and also some country from my season company, like some country frustrate when we do it online because it's totally tiring. We need to sit for 4 hours training, we need to sit for 2 hours training. So now we go for the future work for training industry is more on e-learning, pre-recorded training, right? As well as it can be help in reduce the cost. We don't have to travel all the way to go to that training. And then also we can the good thing about being automated is it can reduce the cost, and it can for the company, and also it can increase the productivity. Means that all the tedious work in HR, we need to do some collective of okay, for example, surveys. If you do face to face training, at the end of the program we need to do some surveys, right? Pre and post. So when we do this, and then we need to hand out all the paper and everything, we don't have to do that. It's already, we can just online, like we can just use some of survey tools, that platform, that we can just collect all the feedbacks, right? So for me, I don't think so in future, human capital or HR, human resource training, it will be fully automated. It can, like Diana said, it depends. Like it's not fully, like semi-automated. Yes, I think it's gonna be a semi-automated. Still, we need to have face-to-face training. Back to you, Hazi.
Right, cool. Yeah, right. Okay, I kind of agree and with your thoughts and also Diana. Also, thank you so much, Koo, and also Diana. Would like to throw the last question. Let's go for the last question, I think. Okay. What do you think of the new age influencers who misuse their rise to fame? I think this is the most suitable person to answer is Pak Vicky.
All right, thank you for the question. Nowadays, we could see that there's a constant rise of new influencers, especially in Malaysia. We have those on TikToks, we have those on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and so on, right? Of course, on one side, this is good. This shows that younger people are now embracing more towards the life of this digital world and everything. But of course, there are those who misuse their fame, right? When we talk about this misuse, obviously, I would say that this is not something that I would condone, because being an influencer, like I said just now, is not just about you. You have a lot of followers, you have this platform that should be utilized positively. However, if one person decides to do something negatively on the platform, and this is being shown to all these followers, then this would be something that we are trying to avoid, right? But what I can say is, just give them time, because I've been in that position before, right? When I was just starting, it was never an intention to make something useful out of social media, right? Some of these younger influencers, they only see the social media as a platform for them to have fun, to get I would say this 15 minutes of fame and so on, right? They have never thought about the repercussion of it, right? But coming from a person who has been in that position before, what I can say is they are going to learn along the way, right? It takes time for them to be matured, and hopefully, I'm being very positive here, that hopefully at one point of their life they will realize that, okay, whatever things that I do, all right, it might not be suitable to be shown to the public. And this I would say lets me to I would like to talk about ethic as well. Being ethical on social media. This is something that people always take for granted, right? Especially these young social media influencers, these people. They tend to post whatever they want on the social media on the basis of, this is my social media. It's up to me on whatever that I want to post, right? But they have to remember that there's a thing called ethics. You have to have that mindset. You have to have that filter. You have to ask yourself whether, if I post this, would this bring something positive to other people, or this will backfire and it will affect negatively to that person himself, herself, or to the family or to the society, right? So to answer back the question, I think they are right now at the stage of, just doing it for fun, for fame and everything. But I hope along the way they will realize that, okay, being a social media influencer is not just that name. You have to act upon it. You have to be a good influence to other people and to the society. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Faiz. I'm sorry if my internet connection was quite bad right now. I don't know why, but thank you so much, Faiz. Right, I
Exactly.
agree with you. The new age right now to be an influencer, don't viral or don't giving uh something that not good, like viral something stupid things, like such giving back to this community or the nation is a very good thing that Faiz Vicky doing right now to be charities, become become an idol or model to the communities is good things to do in the platform social media. All right, so that's the last question for today for the session two. So thank you so much for the audience giving out the questions, and I believe this session contribute a lot to them and also to the graduates and the students to know more about our industry. Thank you so much also to all of our speakers, Ku Alia, Adli, Faiz, Fatima, and also Diana. Thank you so much for your time. I hope you guys having enjoyed these sessions, and thank you so much for delivering out every information that you guys have to the audience, also to the graduate students. Also, thank you so much. And now let us get back to the rest of our agenda. Going back to the MC.
I would like to thank Nur Ain Hazira for diligently moderating our session, not forgetting our honorable speakers, Ku Alia, Fatimah Idris, Diana Shafika, Faiz Diki, and Saiful Adli. We extend our gratitude to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the conclusion of our program. I would like to extend our utmost appreciation to moderators and speakers as well as our audiences for your undivided attention. To conclude our forum, I would like to invite Dr. Haji Muhammad Shahnawi Haji Muhammad Piros to close our session today. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, as the head of the Center for Postgraduate Studies, Faculty of Communication and Media Studies, University Technology Mara, it gives me a great pleasure to be here with distinguished speakers, academics, alumni, and participants from a variety of professional backgrounds. Indeed, this event has featured 10 UiTM alumni who are renowned speakers in a variety of fields of professions, including journalism, broadcasting, publishing, advertising, communication management and policy, interpersonal communications, instructional communications and training, and new media communications. This event brings together established industry professionals and up-and-coming leaders in the fields of media and communication to exchange ideas and insights on the themes Waves of Industrial Revolutions. Additionally, I would like to express my thanks to the Masters of Mass Communication and Masters of Journalism students for inviting me to close these wonderful occasions. Today's topic, the media and communication industry in the age of the industrial revolutions, emphasize the significance of the media and communication industry in human technology interactions. When we examine the process thoroughly, we see that we are on the verge of technological revolutions that will fundamentally alter how we live, work, and connect with other people. Indeed, the media and communication industry is undergoing significant changes from the way people engage to the way businesses work and communicate. As a result, it is critical for us to grasp the industry's position and understanding of technology in order to reinterpret the industrial revolutions. As the COVID-19 pandemic progresses, This event has revealed how industry players keep up with the industrial revolutions. I am sure participants were able to learn from industry experts who have been invited as our notable speakers today. We were enlightened during the sharing sessions on the industrial revolutions, including participatory thoughts, tales, and a peek into what lies ahead for the participants, particularly during the present pandemic. It has also envisaged that this event would improve UiTM's standing as a top educational institutions in the area of media and communications while molding future industry leaders. Coming to the end of the program, I would like to thank the Faculty of Communications and Media Studies to allow the hosting of this magnificent event. These discussions acknowledge the industry's positions in the industrial revolutions and what we can do as industry players and academics to stay relevant and coexist with technological growth. Finally, I am certain that this event will lead to greater possibilities for industry while promoting our alumni's achievements. Above all, every alumni member's success is UiTM's success as well. I would like to end my speech with a quote by the African American civil rights activist Malcolm X, in which he once said, "Education is our passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today." With that, on behalf of the Faculty of Communication and Media Studies, I close the Kickstart 50 years of UiTM Masscomm Waves of Industrial Revolutions. Thank you and look forward to 2022 where we mark our golden jubilee of UiTM Masscomm since its establishment in 1972. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a wonderful weekend.
Once again, I would like to thank our panels for today's sharing session. Truly, the session proved to be very fruitful as I believe our audiences have been furnished with the valuable insights and wisdom which serves as a building blocks for our careers. Definitely, a lot was gained here. Though this event has ended gracefully, it marks a glorious beginning to our celebration of our Golden Jubilee. Stay tuned for 2022. Before you leave, don't forget to fill in the post program survey that is available in the YouTube chat box provided by our team members. I think that's all for today. On behalf of the Faculty of Communication and Media Studies, thank you for joining us today. We hope to see you again next time. Goodbye.